And every single time, it hurts my brain. FTL is an excellent run-based strategy game. Yes. Not a roguelike. It's one of the best run-based strategy games, even. Well, you eat less chatty. Do what you gotta do. Eat that food. Hey! There we are. Let's go. So, Longdeath continueth. I think we're about to hit year 72. Currently on year 71 in the absolute realm. I still need to finish cleaning up that mud there. If you haven't seen this fortress yet, it's kind of big. So we'll do an overview. And go all the way up to the top. All the way up here at the top, we have our beehives, which are filled with honeybees, where we are harvesting wax for wax crafts and honey for the use of mead. Gonna play some DF along. Gotcha. Got the mountain in the bottom right, the tops of the walls, the upper walkways, the middle walkway. We have our pig pen down at the bottom and temples and other structures coming into view. We have our guild halls up top, and underneath the guild halls are the library and hospital, respectively. Storage and crafting, our tavern in the middle, trading in the middle as well. Down beneath it, we have metal bar storage and gem storage. Top of it, fortress, we have another temple. And down here, we have the terracotta army, which we're working on a whole lot right now. Bunch of stone storage, and then down beneath that, we got an area that's covered in mud that I'm working on fixing. This area is going to be water removal eventually. I'm trying to figure out a way of, well, I know what I'm going to do. I've been planning this, but I'm working on a method of dispersing the water without causing too many frame rate hitches, which we certainly were having initially, so. After your spinner is gonna commit death. Wait, what? Your herbalist needs to get a fuck on and start processing some plants. Or my spinner. So your spinner is a little stressed out, is what you're saying? Well, maybe you just gotta get that spinner to work. Everybody's gotta work. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna work on an actual drain. As far as named dwarves go, we have Petra, and then down at the bottom, Orange, Mikael, Apostle, Coldfire, Nax, Notgoffer, Vuzel, who's leveled up to a peasant, or aged up to a peasant. We'll need to get you named up here. We got Wave Thrash, Sui, Dragonman, Cheers, Jamie, Aegis, Eric Shadowblade, Jackie, Euthris, Eripterus, Max, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Barons II, Eternal, Hot Cup of Tea, Pispan, and Bastet, Jack Nurik III, Goats III, Focal Fury, Lump, Astro Banjos, Gate Nerd, Belug, Rhinestone, Squug, Animal, Screw, Hobo, Polking, Pablo, Pink Fluffy, Spitalier, Audio, Slipple, Cryo, Nervicious, King, Jellybutt, Horny, Scrumpet, DeBerries, and up at the top, Petra. If anybody wants me to check in with your dwarf, just let me know. Your spinner and clothes makers are sad. Give them more stuff to do. Or try and locate the reasoning behind the sad and make them less sad. How is your dwarf feeling? Pink Fluffy, the Stonecrafter, is currently meditating on jewels, is satisfied remembering a family member receiving justice through a criminal's conviction. Within last season, she felt wonder after communing with Shinra Satamber, the Red Rocks, and felt satisfied learning about crafting. You're very happy, Dwarf, as far as I'm concerned. Petra's working on lead statues. Anybody down here digging yet? Apparently not. Dwarves also suspended construction of the windmill, which is fine because I don't want that built anyway. I gotta get this water problem sorted first. Someone is leading a biting demonstration? Yeah, that's part of wrestling. They learn how to bite and hold and never let go. They're doing their best, their best to learn how to be just like honey badgers. It's a very, very difficult dwarven skill. Biting. Don't you just, yeah, biting demonstrations are good fun. Fun for the whole family, in fact. Mom and Dad love them. Increase the priority on this. Get this job started. I don't know what everybody's doing, but they're not mining, apparently. I know what might have happened. Slight chance I know what happened. How long has my military been trading? Good while. I think I'm going to take them all off of training. All right, dwarves, it's time to go dig. So overall, though, now that you're kind of digging your teeth into DF proper, what do you think, Pink Fluffy? How is it? Are you picking things up without too much trouble, or would you say it's been a challenge so far? There we go. So this is going to be my, it goes off of the edge of the map area. And this will drain my water. And hopefully keep the water physics to a minimum so that I can have my shower without worrying about drowning people. Which is the problem that we were having previously. Well, not drowning people, but the problem that we were having previously was too much water physics going on and was causing issues. So this will hopefully remove all of that. Luckily, I can very easily disable the whole damn thing, so it won't matter too much. And then we're gonna just go to the edge of the map. Actually, you know what? Let's turn it at a point, because just big long straight lines no fun. So we're gonna turn this. Watch me hit the caverns, which is not something I want to do. How close would it be to the other side? About the same? Okay. I don't want to pull all these boulders out, which I might actually do. Because otherwise they're going to be a pain to get. Bow, bow. And it'll also act as a sort of well. So the water is going to come from the upper layer and just go straight down here. Is a perfectly reasonable exchange. Like I said, I'm not going out of my way to hit caverns, but if we hit them, and we'll fight that fight when we hit it, you know? I mean, it certainly would add in a lot of excitement when we encounter beasts of the forgotten variety. It just would also potentially cause us some problems, you know? Which I don't know if I necessarily want to do. If I can avoid it. All right, so I'm going to lock this door so that they stop dragging that stuff down there. And I'm going to go up here. I'm going to make a garbage dump, and we're going to get all of these boulders out of here. Dwarves are going to start hauling boulders. At least I got good miners. Very fast. Yeah, Chippy, my issue with meeting Gorlax is Gorlax are great. I like Gorlax a lot. But I like intelligent Gorlax. I don't like having to murder all of the Gorlax. I feel kind of bad because they're cool. So if I'm going to meet Gorlax, I want them to just show up naturally, you know? I wish that there was a way to, like, reason with animal creatures. And other intelligent life. Because, like, right now, dwarves are... Every single dwarf in Dwarf Fortress is, like, the equivalent of that one friend who you're playing D&D with who's just a murder hobo who's just... When the DM's just like, hey... So you run into this man on the side of the forest, just outside of the forest, and he's holding a scroll and a staff, and he's walking deliberately forward down the path, and then that one friend's just like, I stab him in the back of the neck and take his stuff. That's every single dwarf. You see a sentient life form, kill it with fire, is basically how dwarves operate, and it kind of sucks, so... I wish that there was more ways for us to... communicate with other smart creatures, you know? And I'd be much more interested in finding Gorlax if that was the case. All right, let's also get rid of these all around the outside here. Is this deep enough to drown dwarves? No, it's not, actually. Let's do that. Because I kind of want this to relatively accurately cache this water, or catch the water. Going to just kind of do this and that. Kind of give them a kind of a little funnel, I guess. So what I'm doing is I'm redirecting the water that's going to come out of my fountain, and it's going to go directly off the side of the map the way I'm setting it up. I was going to say, Dwarf, you're doing the dumb thing. The elves have left and are going on their journey. Also, check, can we just get a round of beers in the chat? Curious how many people are listening to the stream right now. We're going to go over here and carve these into fortifications, and then that will force the water to flow straight off the side of the map. And nobody fell into the water. Yay. We're just a little lurky, that's all. Hey, Wogarden. How you doing? This track reminds you of Batman Beyond. I think they pull a lot of inspiration from different tracks on their soundtracks because it's pretty obvious. Like, in my opinion, a large portion of the music in Hades is just basically Doom fan music, which isn't a bad thing because Doom has great music, but it's almost jarring when I hear it. It's like, whoa, that's just Doom. You know? This is interesting. All right, let's get this water going. The music? It's the Bastion soundtrack by Supergiant. And there they go. We're gonna get all these boulders dumped. It's fine. They'll be able to get out. No issue. Uh-oh. Somebody's upset. Barons. Who's angry after dwelling upon getting into an argument. We need to work on that. We want some friends. This won't take too long for us to get all this water out of here, so. What's going on in the fort today? Today I'm working on getting my artificial waterfall properly safetied up with a proper drainage system. Yesterday I was just draining it out into the fort, and that's why this whole cavern layer is, or not cavern layer, this area that I've dug out is very, like, kind of dark burgundy. It's because it's covered in mud. So I'm basically building a proper drainage system for it instead of just letting it drain anywhere, which is what I was doing previously, which wasn't super good. So I'm draining all of this water out, and I've set this to go up all the way over here to have a drain on that side. I might make it so it has a drain on this side too, because that actually wouldn't be difficult at all to do, which I probably will do. So it has kind of two drains, so there's two directions that the water can go, and it'll be nice. I've never actually listened to any Borderlands music. I thought Borderlands had licensed music, but I don't know. I never really got into the Borderlands games. The humor just kind of turned me off on the get-go, so. Yeah, no, most of the dwarves are now dumping these boulders. Getting the boulders dumped is a nice thing to get done. Not for everyone. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of looter shooters. I'm not a big fan of Gearbox, and yeah, it's a series that I've passed on. Yeah, this is shallow enough that dwarves can just walk in it, so yeah, we'll make another drain going this way. But Borderlands is fun with friends. You know, in my experience, almost every game that has the opportunity to play with friends is fun with friends. Fucking Snakes and Ladders is fun with friends, and it has 2 rules. A lot of games are just an avenue to spend time with friends. In my experience, it's almost always a how do I explain this? In my experience, it's almost the same as saying when someone says, "Oh, that I don't really like the game, but the game is great with friends," it's like saying, "Well, it's a bad game," because if a game is only fun with friends, then it can't be fun on its own, and if it's not fun on its own, then what's the point? So, Brander buddy, you said that you're trying to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress. If you need help with anything, or if you're confused, or if you need live demonstrations about what's going on, just let me know. And I can do my best to answer any questions you may have. And if I don't have an answer, chat will have an answer. You're not used to having no delay on my stream? Gotcha. Yeah, no, my stream has like a second of delay, if that, usually. So, unless it's like Forest Fire City and then I have to stream to a different server, and then sometimes the delay can get a little bad, but generally it's fine. You've been enjoying Longdeath? It's been a very chill stream, Fort. That's for sure. I'm glad if you've been enjoying Longdeath. My big concern about this fort is that people will get bored of it. Like, genuinely, that is my big worry. I'm very worried that people are going to just get bored of this fortress. For a hydrate plus to drift, I mean, I'm hydrating all the time. I drink water. I drink water and coffee. I don't know. I don't see the point of having a hydrate command because I'm not somebody who has problems forgetting to drink water. So I never made a hydrate command. Also, I personally think that the memes kind of surrounding the stay hydrated bot are a little shit. So I don't know. I mean, I banned the stay hydrated bot because I think that bot is an idiot. Now, if you don't mind, dramatic reading of the add a word stories on Discord. If you want to add a word to the add a word stories on Discord, join my Discord, !Discord, and go to the add a word stories room and just type in one word at a time as long as it makes sense in the sentence that we are currently writing. So I will go back a little ways and read. Tetrahedrite makes copper-plated mechs fall under extreme pressure by overweight skeletons. Tobias quantum pom-poms are what saved the Earth's crust from rotting. The sad goat attacked Zimbabwe, leaving emus confused. What sometimes we call mice to the heroes when food. That's as much as we have. You're welcome. You can also make me go away for a day. Take a day off for channel points. Because Lord knows I need a goddamn day off. Man, Bastet's making all of the choirs. And cheers, guys. But yeah, no, people on YouTube seem to be enjoying the reruns of this fortress, and the those of you who watch the stream on Twitch seem to be liking the fortress. I think that this has overall just been a good fortress to kind of get going, because I've been having a lot of fun with it. You guys seem to be having a lot of fun with it. Even though it is rapidly becoming, at least on the YouTube side, kind of like what was described earlier in one of my other streams as like more of a podcast than a playthrough of Dwarf Fortress per se. Like it's just me talking, right? And if you just like listening to me talk with Dwarf Fortress in the background, then you're probably at home here. But of course, I can always explain Dwarf Fortress related questions if you happen to have any. All right, how many statues have they made? Because I'm making quite a few lead statues. Yeah, we got 142 made. Can I get a grandbaby? I don't know. Ask your grandkids. I mean, Lump was your partner, right? Hot cup of tea. You have kids, right? Yeah, hot cup of tea. You have grandkids. Apostle and Orange, I think. Wait, no, never mind. So I need Apostle or Orange to grow up. So yeah, you have You have grandkids. You'll be a great grandparent when Apostle and Orange have kids. Yeah, because you were Hot Cup of Tea, Tea's mother. Hot Cup of Tea married Suey, and they've had Apostle and Orange. So yeah, you do have a grandkid. So if I go to Apostle, yeah, grandmother and grandfather, as well as marital grandmother and marital grandfather. Because Erypterus is still around and alive, and is exhilarated remembering a sparring session. This is the fort that you're in? You're in the other fort, or we're in the other fort. You got your head stabbed in the other fort. Were you in this fort? I don't recall you being in this fort. You might have been in this fort. This fort's real difficult to get into, because, because this fort, well, you only get into this fort when babies are born. So basically, someone needs to die for somebody to get into this fort. Although I've made up my mind, I'm gonna start dedicating tables to people. So if you want a table, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I've been thinking about like resubs or something. I'll start dedicating tables and things to people. I need to figure out a method of doing that. Maybe make it cost a stupid amount of like channel points or something. Or if someone uses the used to be rich thing, I'll give them a table in the fortress or something. I don't know. Lock it behind Patreon. Patrons get a table dedicated to them. No, you don't get to see that too often, Axon. I'm waiting for you to for there to be great family, like great grandparents and stuff happening. It's like CK3, but you have a much more time to get to know people because I don't just appear and then die in 30 minutes. I'm reading a comment from YouTube. This is on the Tarn Adams interview, and he says, or they say, I'm watching a playthrough at the moment, and the guy's world has an undead ogress that has killed 43 people with a blue pigtail sock. Reminds me of the were creature that killed 4 dwarves with a leather cap. I mean, I could dedicate statues, but I don't know. Like, I can't name a statue after a dwarf that doesn't exist, right? So if somebody asks for a dwarf, and if somebody asks for a dwarf and I don't have a dwarf available, I can't name a dwarf that doesn't exist after them, right? Then I can't make a statue of a dwarf that doesn't exist. So I could do a statue of a generic dwarf, but that's what all of these are, right? None of these dwarves are any specific dwarf. They're just a dwarf, if that makes sense. Like a dwarf admiring his spear. So I could start naming these statues after people. Is totally something I could do. Because I got so many of these goddamn statues. I'm gonna need to dig out more stuff on this layer to have more statues at some point. Build a wall. Because this is not ridiculous in the slightest, you know? Because towards the end of yesterday's stream, I realized that, oh, I have, like, 700 lead. Well, time to make, like, 300 more statues. It's not a bad little army, though, of statues. I wonder what's the most statues someone's ever made in a single run of Dwarf Fort and actually placed. Gonna need to, like, come up with some ceremonies or something to do down here. There is that table in the middle where dwarves can go contemplate. It is set up as a dining room, so they do actually eat there. And every now and again, I'll see a dwarf with like a billion splendid statue thoughts, and it's like, well, I wonder where they were recently. At least 10 statues? Yeah, there's at least 10 statues down here. Yes, this is indeed the terracotta army for dwarfs. They're defending my coffins. Now imagine if a Forgotten Beast got in here and knocked all these over. Oh man, that'd be kind of sad. I don't know, I've been trying to figure that one out myself. Currently my main tip is Advil. And hopefully physiotherapy soon. So I'm not a good person to ask on that front currently. I know how to avoid hand pain. Shoulder pain, just have better posture. But I've got back problems, so I don't know. It's hard to tell whether or not my pain is caused by posture or if it's caused by... But my posture is generally pretty good, so it's hard to tell if it's caused by posture or old injuries. So I don't know. Your arm hurts? Stretch it. I'm not a physiotherapist. I know about how to keep hands from hurting, and I'm pretty good at that, but arms, shoulders, if you figure it out, please tell me. That's quite the statue expansion. Helps for a little while. Yeah, I mean, I would just recommend stretching. Stretching and posture. Set an alarm, and whenever the alarm goes off, check your posture. Humans have arrived to trade. And they've sent the High Treasurer. I should probably just prep stuff to trade with them. I mean, I could sell them a bunch of lead statues, but I doubt they'd be able to carry them. Dwarves are currently spending weeks setting up statues and things, so... And now they're about to start bringing items to depots too. Or the few that are hanging out in here are about to bring stuff to the depots. Oh, you have tattered clothing? Yeah, you do have some tattered clothing. Okay. Turn on process plants. 'Cause I'm sure I have plenty of thread that needs to be sewn. The humans? I mean, that's why they trade with me. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Ooh, they have news. They haven't had news in a while. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's been years since they've had news for us. So that's exciting. Like, actually kind of neat. Some bars and wood. Wood. Where's your damn wood? I'm probably just flying past it, aren't I? Weapons. I mean, I could ask for charcoal. I guess we'll just do that. I don't know. If it's in there, I can't see it. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Oh, the statues? Yeah, well, we're doing our best. We have finalized the export agreement. And they say, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Or a marmot is fighting with a water buffalo and I think my miner? No, the miner's fighting with a wolverine. But why is water buffalo fighting with a marmot? Well then. Okay. Let's check the news. Well, huh. Wait, what? Is there infighting with the humans? I think the humans are infighting. The Willful Society of the Confederacy of Sport, whom we have no contact with, has notified us that the army of Sothro, desert painted, marched on Carl Arrow. And in late spring of 71, Vess Trotted Angles became the Lady of the Fellowship of Thimbles, replacing Sothro. So somebody named Sothro is marching on another town. Yeah, the humans are in some sort of civil war. Fascinating. Which is interesting, because I trade with them. Also, Fallion, thanks for the follow. Cheers. Yeah, new classic. I think you're right. I think the humans are having some form of civil war. We got many wax crafts to trade, which is lovely. Wonder if they got all of those statues built. Nope, lots of them still to do. Wonder how those boulders are doing. Hey, you know what? Let's just forbid all this shit, make it invisible, because I don't care. There we go. It's not actually there. You don't see it. While the water just slowly disperses. Also, chat room investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Maybe I can't make jugs out of wax. That would actually be quite nice. Then I could just make jugs out of wax and then store the honey and the wax. Good luck on those investments. Those are big. Yeah, gamer, this stuff takes a little bit to accumulate if you're newer to the channel. When you've been around the channel for a bit, you'll have more. I've had some people be like, whoa, that's a lot of hours. And then like 8 months later, they've caught up. All right, do I have... Wait, what? There's only one group to trade with right now? Huh. All right. What am I lying about, Gold Poke? I wouldn't lie to you about anything. Speaking of lies, I think I picked this week to watch all of the really distressing documentaries about the bleak future of our species. But I watched another good documentary last night, which is called A Life on Earth by... Why am I just blanking on everything? by David Attenborough. It's basically just like this set. It's like compresses all of David Attenborough's work from like his very early career to his middle career to the end of his career to now, all kind of into one film. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Or maybe you're crap at investing. Did I just see an arrow fly across the map? I think I did. Whoa! That was a lot of buzzards that just went dead. Good job, humans. Those buzzards are going for somebody's food, and they certainly didn't get it. Yeah, no, that film was fascinating because David Attenborough's had such an interesting life that is unlike what most people will get to do or see in their lives. All right, guys, why aren't we mining that? Can we just not get to it? Is that the problem? That's probably the problem. Good Lord. You know, considering we're almost 7% done this fort, I want to know how big this is going to be. It's going to be like multiple Z levels by the time we're done. Oh, you're one of those. Date. Everybody just slash ignore Toxic Stinger. I'm spam. We're working on pigtail cloth. How much cloth are we at? I need to start making some clothes once we're caught up on cloth. But why though? I'm a little worried about what they're gonna say, but it's fine. Take your hand. Now you'll never be lonely. 20. Cloth, shirt, 20. Cloth, tunic, 20. Cloth, vest, 20. Chat room, here we have an example of somebody with too much free time. I don't often pull out the maybe you should read a book or go outside statement, but when things like this happens, I feel that way. Was it funny? No. Has anyone seen The Social Dilemma on Netflix? That was a fascinating bunch of information that I was already aware of with The Social Dilemma. I enjoyed it. All those, I think the actually interesting thing. Yeah, I only, okay. So there is something weird going on with the humans. Normally we trade with 2 different human factions, but one of them immediately left. And then only one of them actually made it to me. Rez Fane, if you happen to be in my Discord, could you check it into the music section? Because I will forget to look that up. But I will remember if it's posted on my Discord. Cheers. Because I can't just like pop up music while I'm streaming, right? Since the... Yeah, I mean, that's certainly what it was. Like, it was a lot of information that I was already aware of. But, like, you know. It's nice to... And the way I've explained it to other people, because I've tried to sell people on The Social Dilemma, because I think it's a good documentary. The thing that I think is interesting about it is it's one thing to know information about social media, be aware of it, aware of how it works, how they make money, and what they do. And then it's another thing altogether to have somebody who helped build those systems tell you what they do and how they can be fixed and why they need to be fixed. If that makes sense? I mean, even if you just post the name of it, I can look it up in the sources where it's available. Although that being said, I don't really listen to parody music, if that's what it is. It's one of those things that I kind of actively avoid. Yeah, why are my miners not doing mining stuffs? Guess they just have too many other tasks. Looks like we've got the clothers getting going, which is good. As much as it's art. Well, I mean, if it's going to be taken down due to copyright, and you said it might be fun under parody use, then it's a parody, right? Genius level sound design? I don't know. If you tried to enforce that in your house, you'd be divorced? It's... Hold on.
Let's take a lovely tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Something like that. It's one of the best dumb rants I've ever had on stream. I've had a lot of dumb rants on stream. Alrighty, Raz. Artifact adamantine crossbow. I mean, I would too. If I wanted to use a specific type of metal and then suddenly all the metal was forbidden except for the one I didn't want to use, I would also do things like that just to spite you. All right, that's it for the installation of the statues. Going well. And thank you very much, Dwarf Burger. Lord knows I'm gonna need it. Working on cloth. How are we doing on charcoal? Bad. The humans didn't bring much in the way of wood this year, which is very strange. Do you have a pickaxe? You do. Is there a particular reason why you're not digging? Oh, you did. Makes sense, I guess. I guess it's just too deep. It's strange why they're not digging there. Really? I mean, I don't know. I think like normal adamantine weapons are more than strong enough. Like you don't really need the artifact ones. I almost think of artifact weapons as more of something you should put on a pedestal and like treat as a ceremonial object anyway. Like an item that's that well made and that pretty shouldn't, in my opinion, be used to actually kill anybody, but I don't know. I like using artifacts as a like a celebratory object more so than a weapon of mass destruction, you know? That being said, adamantine warhammers are great for your hammerer. So they just have a waffle bat instead of a insta-head splat bat. Did they finally start digging? Wow, they finally started digging. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Why they took so long to go dig that out. It took a while for you to get ballsy enough to go down here and path down here and do this. That's fine. Wow. And we can put another drain on this side, and we can just turn the damn thing back on. Although I need to actually, like, finish the top side first. We need to actually make that whole thing work. We're still a ways off of that. Just need to make the actual windmill up top. Let's forbid and make this stuff invisible. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find it so bothersome when the dwarves make artifacts out of materials that aren't entirely optimal. I think it's just part of what makes artifacts fun. The only artifact I've ever had that genuinely annoyed me was when I had a adamantine corkscrew. It's like, of all of the things you could have made that out into, a corkscrew? You chose a goddamn corkscrew. So I made a pump in the middle of my tavern and called it a gym. They really liked that pump. They were very happy being next to that pump. That's the only artifact I've ever had that's kind of like, come on, you have to do that. By accident? Oh, really? It's had around 10 wafers sitting around. They seem to snag it. Yep. Yeah, no, they will. Because they go for the highest value item. And unless they have a specific preference, which some dwarves do. Although, rather, that's kind of rare. They will go for whatever the most valuable option is. The whole thing just starts flowing off the map. Alright, let's just block that in, because I don't need any dwarves going around up there. That'll drain real fast. We're gonna block this whole thing off, using mostly diorite. You had an adamantine crutch. I didn't have an adamantine crutch, but I had a loincloth made of silk that was studded with diamonds. And it was the most valuable artifact in that world for a while. That one was very funny because then every single other artifact that was made in that world more or less referenced it because it was so valuable. It's diamond-studded loincloth. Hey, man, whatever you're into, it's not... Like, I'm not here to judge, right? Like, if you want to wear a diamond-studded loincloth, I mean, more power to you. At least it's not a diamond-studded thong. Although, at the very least, like, a diamond-studded thong would be, like, held in place, right? Whereas a loincloth would flap. It's not going to end well for anybody involved. So when you start walking and you get, like, that motion going on the flap at the front of the loincloth, it's just going to start slapping you. It just seems unpleasant. Even if that is what you're into. It just seems like it would be a debilitating problem. The gems weigh it down? You sure? I would think that the gems would... It's like, you know, those little science things where you pull the ball up and it goes click, 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 click. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember what those are called, but it's like one of those, but like, instead it's like the front of your loincloth flapping. But yeah, at least they would probably weigh it down in the wind. Be like a heavy kilt. They're knockers. Is that what they're called? All right, so this is going to build this. Oh, he's going to have that problem if your loincloth flaps. As long as they're wearing a thong under the loincloth, it's fine, right? If they're not, then just hope they have a big beard. If they don't have a big beard, then, well... Newton's Cradle? Yes, that's what I was thinking of. A tribute from the Unions of Stone. A human civilization have arrived. I'm gonna have to screenshot these for Stone. I just learned something that made me a little bit more disappointed in humanity, but that's okay. All right, so tribute from the Council of Men, Autumn 71. I'm gonna screenshot this so you're gonna hear Windows noises. Apologies. There's gotta be a way to mute that, yeah. Screenshot this and post it for Stone. So the Realms of Stone have brought us 5 donkey cheese, 5 prepared goat lung, 1 ginkgo wood bucket, 25 wood bolts, 1 rope reed rope, 1 rope reed rope, okay. 1 llama leather bag, 1 reindeer bone tapestrin drum, 1 white stork leather water skin, 1 silty clay, 5 dingo tripe, and 5 prepared water buffalo kidney. They literally brought me dirt, yep. I wish they'd keep bringing me fire clay. Alright. Anyway, enough losing faith in humanity for today. I almost banned you, Barons. I misclicked and because I lost where my mouse was on my screens. And I clicked the wrong button. Read that as a reindeer bone tungsten drum. I mean, it's definitely not tungsten. It's reindeer bone, and then that's the name of the instrument type. The humans have their own instruments that the dwarves can't make. So, if there's an instrument that the dwarves can't make that the humans can make, it'll have weird names that look like a word, might look like a word that we recognize, but isn't actually a word that we recognize. But no, it's fun getting deliveries from the humans every year and just kind of getting to see them, you know? Any idea if the random loot your dwarves bring back is coming from the vault during World Gen? There's a kobold cave that stole a bunch of divine cloth and crap from a vault during World Gen, and you keep raiding it, hoping. So I don't have any kobold caves active on there, and I'm not raiding anything. But the items that your dwarves bring back are the items that are pre-decided to be in that location. So if they manage to loot a bunch of divine stuff from World Gen, yeah, you could in theory get that stuff from them. I mean, I had humans bring me a donation of divine cloth strings, and I've also bought a bunch of random divine shit from the elves, which has been interesting, to say the least. It's interesting, though, that you have a Kobold Cave on your world map. How did you discover that, if I can ask? That is fascinating, though, that the humans over here are in a civil war. I'm wondering if, like... Does anybody know what villains are capable of doing? In towns? Like, are villains capable of, like, taking over a town? Because I wonder if this Sothro desert-painted person is a villain. Because this person just replaced Sothro. So I do actually wonder what the heck's going on over there. Because I'd be inclined to believe that I'd be inclined to believe that a character of that sort would be possible, based on what I know of the game so far. So I'm building a little kind of splash zone around this. I'm gonna put doors on either side of it. So we can go through it, but probably won't. But also just lock the doors. Ah, okay. Yeah, in order to get that stuff visible, you have to, like, discover them in adventure mode, which is very difficult. Like, I know for a fact there's a bunch of kobolds down here, but I can't see them. I don't know. I kind of like the world map hiding stuff. The outpost liaison has arrived. The dwarves are here to trade. Do I have stuff to trade with them right now? Sure, I'll bring those 2 trap components. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Green, glass. Let's make pedestals. 8. All right, I need to sell you something, humans, so we'll do that. Well, not humans, dwarves, rather. I'm still constructing statues, my god. There's so many of them. Also, does nobody have architecture? Last time, I'm gonna give you architecture so that you have another job. That and another dwarf I need to actually give jobs to, which I forgot about. You can also have architecture, Vuzel. What do you like doing with your life? Because you're one of the most recently grown up dwarves. I just figured out last night how to make items out of specific mineral. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I could show you how to do stuff like that. But that stuff's not hard to do at all. Just a matter of knowing what buttons to push. Just hit D. This is an upset little dwarf. Worried after being unable to pray. You want to pray, you want to pray. You want to practice a craft. Yeah. What materials do you like? Pitch blade, nickel, silver, yellow diamond. Now fabric in the color jade, stars and flasks, and great barracudas for their predatory nature. Well, I'll give you stoneworking and weaving. Also leatherworking. And let's give you furnace operating. Variety of different tasks that'll keep you interested. And the reason there's vomit everywhere is because you're getting constantly nauseated by the sun. It'll be okay. Just kind of got to get you doing some work. And the windmill's up. Water's pumping. Pumping good. We've got our artificial waterfall back up and running. And seems to be working pretty flawlessly. Got our drainage system good to go. Doesn't seem to need to go both ways because it seems to be just flowing out to the right, which is fine. It's also not deep enough to drown people, which is good. And there we go. There's our waterfall. Hopefully that'll keep dwarves happy. As you go to store a bag up here. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just bring me wood, please, for the love of God. Just bring me wood. I don't want to have to chop down wood and piss off the elves. Please bring me wood. Wood and charcoal, specifically. I will buy all of the both of those. Well, then I have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. Screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, I do actually wonder how long we have before Mistum passes out and vanishes from existence. Sorry, falling down a rabbit hole. I need to get out of this. This is bad. the person that was spamming the chat up a minute ago. That rabbit hole. It's fine. It's just a deep one. You want more spellcrafting games? Have you ever played 9 Parchments? It's not as good as Magicka, but it's another one of those like games. There's a lot of spellcrafting and things. 9 Parchments is best played with 2 people. I played it with my ex. It was good times. Quite enjoyed it. It's by the people who made the Trine games. If you've played those. But it's kind of a Magicka-esque thing. You enjoyed whichever Trine it was that I played? Yeah. Trine 1, 2, and 3 was a little eh, and 4 was great. But the Trine games are all very good. And 9 Parchments runs in that engine, so it's very shiny and pretty looking and bright and colorful and happy. And you play these little wizards, like, going on an adventure to become actual wizards. It's a neat little thing. Magicka's interesting. Magicka is the hardest I've laughed at a game in a very long time. That's one thing that I loved about Magicka, was that it was really funny. There's not a lot of just funny games out there, you know? You're hopeful for a Magicka 3? I don't think that's in development. So I wouldn't be too hopeful, but I'm not going to try and just ruin your happiness here. Yeah, it looks like I only needed to really go the one way on this. But it seems to be working. This whole area is full over here. Yeah, there we go. We've got our drainage system. There it is. What do you guys think, chat? Does it look nice? Now we need to figure out what news was. Is it still just that one thing? Yeah, it's still just the one thing. I kind of want to try demanding tribute from another dwarven faction like these guys. The Ring of Corridors. Because it would be nice to get more news from people, but... as a system of power. I mean, right now, the only thing that I have that needs power is this. But yes, I was thinking about that while I was putting the whole thing together, Seth. Right now, all I have is this one windmill, which I think is going to break every winter due to stuff freezing. But it's only powering a single pump. I mean, I could certainly do that. The problem is, like, this top side's going to freeze regardless of what I do. So... I never played any of the Discworld games. Those were point and clicks, right? Also, Seth is one of the few people out there who's built a fort that's, you know, longer than 100 years, so... I've got a lot of naysayers, Seth. A lot of people who are saying that this isn't going to make it past 300 years. I don't know. I've got pretty high hopes. The underground won't freeze, plus it's safe from building destroyers. I haven't had any building destroyers show up. I mean, I don't really care if that one thing... I don't know what else I'd power right now. Like, I don't have anything that's powered currently. You don't know how long yours will last? Yeah, well. It'll last as long as it needs to, damn it. Will be my own willpower? The difference I have is I have the advantage of having chat to hang out with, right? Like yesterday, I played this fortress kind of almost on autopilot for like 4 hours while just talking about mental health and social media addiction and the pandemic that we're all living through. So it's like, it's not even just a matter of just letting it run. Like I can just kind of autopilot the fortress without doing too much and just kind of let time pass per se without worrying too much. That's an advantage that I have on this one. Really need more nice blocks so I can work on my walls. Is succeeding. I mean, they need to go into the... Is it for a specific god, or... And is this like a religious temple, or is it just a temple? Speaking of, I wonder if we actually have any religions yet, because I was going to make this into the first organized religion temple. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. The temple to God? Which God, though? There's probably many gods. Yeah, I don't actually have any organized religions, just the various gods. The fuchsia, Shin. Might make this the temple to no... I'm going to make this the temple to no specific deity. I'm going to retire the simple temple, and then the remarkable diversion, we're going to change the name of it to Greece. The remarkable temple. That works. The remarkable temples? It's interesting that there's temple and temple. The English language is dumb. Yeah, there we go. The remarkable temple will be the name of the big temple. This one. So that's now my anything goes temple. We'll put a very nice altar in there. So you made them it? You're not a very good cultist. You're not forcing all of your dwarves to only worship to the undead spider god of blah. Where stress was not really a thing, sure. I mean, I had about 2 years in the early goings where I had troubles with tantrums. And since then, every tantrum I've had has literally been the equivalent of, oh, a dwarf gets upset for a week, and then we punch them in the head, they get thrown in prison, they go, ooh, lovely prison cell, and then they get released and they're all happy again. My concern, my biggest worry is loyalty cascades. But those are pretty difficult to cause, and as long as I don't do it dumb, we should be fine. Do you have any little down red flashing arrows? Pink? Because if you do, look at them, check their brain like this screen, and tell me what color the text color is at the top, and I can tell you how likely it is that you'll get a tantrum from them. Nope. All right, then you're doing good. You're doing good. Only happy, Dwarf. 13 years old. This dwarf will be fine. They're a little upset shortly after becoming an adult, but generally kids kind of get that way after a bit. One has a question mark? Oh, that just means they don't know what they're doing. As long as they don't have an exclamation point. Question marks are fine. Oh, and then there's this dwarf who's completely, utterly, totally batshit nutsballs. Who's overthrown by the stresses of her tragic life. But because she's in prison, they're still feeding and watering her. So she's... This dwarf is like... No, you're not stupid. I am stupid is stupid. You're pink fluffy llama. This dwarf is... Like, you know when you spawn into the very immersive RPG, and the first level you go through a prison, or you're like breaking out of prison, and there's like one person in the prison cell who's just like the only person in another cell, and they look like they've been there for like 1,000 years, and they're just like, your gear's over there, adventurer, and then they start laughing hysterically. That's this person. It's just funny. To me, anyway. I think it's funny. It's not quite pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows, though, use Rune. So, like, any of the Elder Scrolls? Well, it's not just the Elder Scrolls games. It's also, like... A lot of, like, just, well, 90s RPGs. Because they all, like, fuck the police new classic. I don't know. I feel like it's just most CRPGs from kind of the 90s era have at least a portion where you escape from prison. It's a very overdone trope. I think in Thief you escape from prison too. I'm trying to think of like, I would love to see a compiled list of every single game that starts off with you breaking out of prison. Also, to the last person who followed me 23 minutes ago, your username is amazing. It's a really funny username. The original Fallout 3 was developed by Interplay and was going to be a prison outbreak start. Okay. One of the Baldur's Gate games does start in a torture chamber, if you're not wrong. It's been too long since I've played a Baldur's Gate game. Gloomwood, that game, or is it Gloomwood? Yeah, Gloomhaven is the board game. Gloomwood, the game that's being published by New Bloods. The demo starts with you in prison. And immediately, dude's just, like, hand comes out of other prison cell and is just like, there's your gear, adventure, if the rats haven't gotten to it. And then he cackles, and then you leave. Oh, hey, it did flow up this far. Cool. So it is actually a good thing that we have both sides. Naturalist is hunting. Planescape Torment. I watched a friend play Planescape once. Never played Planescape. I did play bits and pieces of Baldur's Gate, though, at that same friend's house. Never finished Baldur's Gate. Oh, fair enough, Cooler. Probably for the same reason that many D&D games start players off in a tavern. It's an easy trope. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy trope because you start off with no gear. You learn the lock-picking ability, right? So, like, you start off with no gear. You learn lock-picking, a little bit of stealth. Don't you break out of prison, not at the very beginning, but pretty close to the beginning in Dishonored 1, too. But, like, you learn how to move around. You learn how to pick locks. You have to learn how the inventory works because you have to get your shit back. You probably learn how to stealth kill or stab something. Right? Yeah, Witcher 2, you start in a prison as well. Also, breaking out of prison is fun. Who doesn't like breaking out of prison? There was a whole TV show based on it, and it wasn't garbage until the second season. First season was just cheese. Then it became garbage. ESO also has a prison break trope.
For everyone.
Prisoners like to get out of prison. Yeah, and people can like empathize with that, right? So this dwarf isn't going to go totally insane, even though they're mostly insane. Because they've made an artifact. If the dwarf has had a mood and made an artifact successfully, they won't completely lose it. Which means maybe we can, like, bounce you back. This is the one dwarf I'm worried about right now. He's a younger dwarf, was born in the fort, too. I'm pretty sure that's... Wait, what? Hold on. Was that a typo? Breaking out of... Please explain, Barons. I'm very curious to know how it's legal to break out of prison in Germany. Is this one of those, like, if you go to space and make it back with something, that thing belongs to you? So I could Google it and just read an article, but someone want to explain to me why breaking out of prison is legal in Germany? I know breaking into prison is also illegal. Being free is a neutral state. Okay. So then what do they do to you? So if you break out of prison, are you just free? Because, like, that makes sense. It is a natural state, but... What do they do to you if you break out of prison? It just doesn't add to your sentence. That makes a lot more sense. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That seems much more logical than it being legal. I agree with Cooler here. It's like, if people want to break out of prison, make your prisons nicer, damn it. I remember, I want to say it was like 2007 or 8-ish. There was a big news in the newspaper around here because a lot of people were really mad that one of the lower security prisons around here for like petty crime and theft and stuff put an Xbox and 4 controllers in every single one of their bedrooms. So every single one of the prison cells, which had 4 people in them, they all got an Xbox 360 and 4 controllers and a few video games without an internet connection. And so it was 4 persons per cell. And I remember it being a really big story because a lot of people were like, why are you spending our money on this? And they were like, it increased their like mental health and well-being by a huge percentage. And they're like, we won't need to pay as much on having psychiatrists talk to these dudes because they can just play video games when they're not working or doing the other things that they do in prison. So for one guy you've seen, you watched the public court hearing. The guy spent all of his life in prison, and every time he got out again, did something to get back into it. I feel like I may have heard of that. Or I've heard of people like that. Audio has been stricken by melancholy. At least he's not tantruming. Sucks, but... Winter is upon us. Yeah, I don't think this is like a gamer situation where if you just if you break out of prison, you're just free. Although that's not quite how Gamer worked. It was a terrible movie. Don't watch that movie. Although I think that's actually the last Gerard Butler movie I've seen. Wonder what the fuck he's been up to. Not being in good movies, clearly. It's a lot of tickets. Best of luck, Oafs. Top of my head's hurting. I need to replace the upper strap. My headset. It's that time again. I haven't had to do that in a long time. Been like 4 or 5 years. Homeless people to pass the winter inside. Yeah, I remember somebody saying that... I can't remember how this came up, but... Someone in that I used to work with was talking about how we should treat the homeless populations better, and I don't disagree. And then someone said, "Why can't we just do what Finland does, which is like give every single person who's caught outside or ends up homeless, which would have been nice when I was homeless, a room and somewhere to stay." And then someone else who was in the, sort of like adjacent to the discussion mentioned that, oh, well, they have to do that in Finland because you die in the winter, which is very fucking true. Literally, you just can't survive throughout the winter. Makes more sense to go to prison than try to live outside. The judge reviewed his whole life, and he'd been in prison for the first time for 18 years. And during that trial, he was like 50 years old. And I guess some people in ordinary life, as under the watchful eyes, is calming. I mean, I've read many stories about people who feel safe and prefer to be in prison. God, what the fuck was the name of that bloke? What was the name of that movie? There's a movie literally about this. Starring Tom Hardy. I'll just look up Tom Hardy. Bronson. Yeah, Charles Bronson. Like, I feel like I watched this movie. Yeah, Charles Bronson. Literally is just like the tale of the man who just like went to prison and then stayed in prison because he liked it. Like his original like crime to be put in prison was like, yeah, Bronson here. Like the IMDb. You can watch the trailer if you want. There it is. Yeah, that movie is fascinating. Like the original reason why he went to prison was because he like tried to rob a post office or something and made like $5 and he robbed armed robbery with a shotgun and was supposed to do like 18 months or something. Spent the rest of his life in prison. He's like one of the most notorious inmates for violence. And he just seems to do it because it's fun. Strange, strange story. Friend of mine, one of my friend's favorite movies, even. We need more charcoal. Man, I got a lot of thread. I guess I put off that a bit long. But we finished making all of the clothing. Let's just check a random dwarf and see what you're wearing. We need more vests. Let's do vest, cloth, 40. So caps. You've got pretty good gear on. I mean, you could just say Tom Hardy was great in any film, because Tom Hardy is one of those actors where I've seen bad movies with Tom Hardy in it. I've never seen a movie where Tom Hardy is bad in a movie, if that makes sense. And there's a few actors like that, where it's just, this is a bad movie with a good actor in it. Not a good actor putting on a bad performance in a bad movie. There's a lot of people that I'm a fan of like that. Where it's just, no matter how bad the film, they just improve the film by being in it. I would also argue that another one of those actors is Nicolas Cage. But that's just because I'm entertained by Nicolas Cage. So it doesn't matter if it's a bad movie. If it has Nicolas Cage in it, I know I'm going to enjoy it. Except for Knowing. Knowing was just fucking boring. Absolutely boring. And Eurypterus, the naturalist, has given birth to a girl. So this is an interesting story. So Eurypterus was one of the first mothers in the fort and had a whole bunch of kids. And then her husband died. Husband was Zapdos. Died a very, very, very long time ago. And now she's just had another child. So who wants to be Eurypterus' most recent baby? Well, you got married again, Eurypterus. You married Euthyrus. Are we long enough yet? Depends on if there's new people who want in or not. You're 3 times in the history, sir. Was there anybody who hasn't had a dwarf in this fort that would like a dwarf in this fort, or should I give it to Quatch? No, you had Quatch the third. Brander, buddy. Dabba 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 da. As your first words, she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. I wonder if we have enough dwarves now to get a mayor. We might. She personally is disgusted by merrymakers and is somewhat put off by romance. Finds leisure time wasteful and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Dreams of raising a family, is readily moved by art and natural beauty. Is conflicted by this as she values artwork in its creation. She's not readily moved by art. Yeah, I missed the not. She prefers a chaotic mess. And finds it preferable to boredom and harmonious living. You will not like this place. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. She is quite ambitious and she prefers to present herself modestly. She's slow to anger when she does not go out of her way to help others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You have two deities, Sungor and Shin. Sungor, the fuchsia, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech, and Shin, the most popular god of our faction, is associated with jewels and wealth. Well, if we're getting a mayor, we don't know one yet. I don't know. I guess we're now at our highest ever dwarf count of 50. We're at the cap. I mean, just like a good dwarf should. Alcohol, modest behavior, ambitious, needs a nap. Mommy, feed me. Why is it raining? The sky is bright. Existential dread. Do 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 do. Whew. Be back in 2 seconds. Streamer's got to take a leak. Too much coffee. Actually, that's not possible. Just enough coffee. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! All right. We'll get to deal with that in a sec. BRB. I mean, half of my fortress is a military, Seth. More than half of the fortress is a military. I could kill this thing very easily. It's a matter of, do I want to kill it? And how do I want to kill it? Screenshotting this for future reasons. All right, well. The Cyclops Ateria Satali Salidi, I guess. Ali Reed has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Time to test the stabby murder tunnel? I mean, maybe. What I really want to do is catch it in a cage and keep it as a pet. But if I have to test the stabby murder tunnel, I will. Let's see if it's got anything. Nope. Its inventory is empty. Her quite sparse hair is extremely long. She has a very clear voice, and her light brown eye is very round. She has a broad chin, and her eyebrow is extremely low. Her ears are extraordinarily broad, and her somewhat short head is somewhat broad. Her hair is burnt umber, and her skin is burnt umber. All right, so first quick check. Is there anybody outside? Doesn't look like it. All right, well. I think that's the right lever. Yeah, it's the right lever. Pull the lever, and let's see where this thing goes. Because I could totally kill it. That's not a problem. All right, well. Are these cage traps? Yeah, those are. You know what? Screw it. Let's just open the door. Let's just let him in. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, like, come on. Actually, hold up. Let's just make sure there's traps in all these cages. Those two don't have cat traps. Those two do. Let's make a few extra cages. Cancel that. Just, you know. There better not be anybody out here. Save scum? Like I would save scum. What's the point of doing a fort like this if you save scum? Are you gonna go climb the wall? Watch him go climb the wall. Here's the reality, though. I could very easily... Oh, are you gonna go kill a goat, eh? Well, that's just rude. That's just rude. But yeah, no, I have plenty of military. So military isn't a problem. It's like a round eye steak. Be weird if her eye was a cube, though. Round eye makes sense. Square eye, not so much. Never trust a Cyclops with a square eye. Down, down, down. Bow, bow. I mean, could like dig a little tunnel for this guy. I also have a... I don't know. Should I just kill it? I could just kill it. It doesn't have any particularly fun artifacts or anything. So we wouldn't really get much out of it. What's your name? Statue. 1. Gonna dedicate a statue to this thing. The White Controls. It's a name. Maybe we can find out some things about this thing. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Kill it or try and catch it? Because killing it wouldn't be difficult. Killing it would be very, 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 very easy. Catch it. One for catch it. Gotta catch them all. I don't know that necessarily, but that seems like it might be a copyrighted thing. The catching of them all. I mean, I'm always excited about having a caged Cyclops pet. Make it fly using a drawbridge. Fly, bitch, fly. But free range preserve. We gotta preserve the natural wildlife, you know? And in this case, it's a very scary monster. What time of year is it? It's midwinter. All right, we got time. Bum 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 bum. And drop enemies into it, and it can learn, so it will improve skills and eventually become unstoppable. I mean, I was just going to put it in. Looking at all the monsters in the world. So the world that I generated when I was talking to Tarn has a baby dragon in it. That, as far as I can tell, is still alive. That was born in like years 1000 something. It's in a tree. It's a Treeclops now instead of a Cyclops. But no, I could dig out a... Yes, there is indeed a Cyclops. I could dig out a big ol'... What's the word I'm looking for here? The Dwarven Zoo. I could dig out a very big labyrinth and put it in there. Let it live in there. And then like set up a system so that every so often I drop something in there and it can play with it, you know? We could drop like puppies in there, right? It'd be great. Or small children. You know? Whatever we don't like. I mean, it's entertainment versus just senseless slaughter. It's senseless slaughter that then allows other future senseless slaughter. Do 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 do. Also, we made an Electrum statue of it. Now I need to figure out where I'm putting the Electrum statue of this Cyclops. I think right next to the tavern. That seems like a good spot for it. Thanks, Brums. Bum 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 bum. So we can continue to increase the number of dwarves in the fort. I mean, I'm not going to say I like that idea, but I'm not going to say I don't like that idea. Brahms just wants me to go away, chat room. I don't know whose side Brahms is on, frankly. Although I think that Quatch has had more dwarves in the fort than Oafs has. Although Peter was the shortest lived dwarf. Was born and lived for a very short period of time and then got thrown off a ledge and went splat. One of the provincial parties that's running the election wants a 4-day work week. They'll never get in, but that's a concept that's fascinating. Seems to do fine. Yeah, Petra's doing aight. She's alive and well. 28 years old. One close friend with Bastet. Bastet doesn't give a shit about her. Long-term acquaintance. Yeah, she's a happy dwarf. I mean, Peter probably would have done fine if we didn't throw him off a very high ledge, you know? Arguing for a Wednesday weekend? I mean, improving quality of life improves everything. Dwarves that get born get taken immediately. So, unfortunately, no. All right, where's our Cyclops? Our Cyclops is up there. All right, so I'm gonna turn on the bunker. Actually, no, I'm not gonna turn on the bunker. Keep bunker off. I'm gonna jump down to pull this lever. Lever's been pulled. Bunker is on. The dwarves all vamoose underground. And in comes the Cyclops. And there we go. I can now turn off the bunker. And we have a pet Cyclops. I'm also going to go here and destroy this, this, and this. We got ourselves a Cyclops. Yay. Can I get a round of beers for the Cyclops? Now we need to figure out what the heck to do with Cyclops. I know it's no Minotaur. A Minotaur would be a lot more fun. Also, I'm going to build a drawbridge right here that raises that way. I'm gonna build it out of nice blocks. So I can block this off if I need to. Dragon Man, hello. We just got ourselves a brand new, shiny, fresh off the boat pet Cyclops. And Audio died of dehydration. Well, I'm sorry, Audio. He'd been nuts for a while. We tried to save him. It just... Goodbye, Audio. You're a good dwarf. Back down to 49 dwarfs, which will open up space for another dwarf. We need to look at that statue of the Cyclops. How's your dwarf? You've had a couple kids, I think. Just trying to spot you on. Oh, there you are. Planter. You've killed 2 gray langurs and a buzzard. You feel love when talking with your father. Your husband is wave thrash. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 kids. All of them are still alive as far as I can tell. Yep, all of them are still alive. Which is impressive. And you seem like a pretty happy dwarf. You're a little grouchy recently. You want to practice some martial art. But in general, you are quite happy. Also, your mother... never mind. No, you were recently remembering gaining a sibling, I think. Yeah, I misread that. But yeah, no, your dwarf's happy. How is Dragon Man IRL? What, deity worship? With a headache? Ah. Your deity is probably the most popular one. Yep. You worship Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, the deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. And you didn't see anything after seeing many a buzzard's dead body, which is good. I think that Dragon Man is going to live for a very long time. 49 years old, born in the year 22. My God, some of our dwarves are getting up there. How old is, like, some of our original dwarves, like Pispan? 150 years old. You know, we might actually have dwarves die of old age pretty soon. We might actually have that start happening soon. Because Pispan is 150. How old is Ripterus? I think Ripterus and Pispan are the only ones left from the original 7. 123. Okay, so Ripterus has a lot of time left. Lots of dwarves have been marrying each other. I don't think there's any way I, as the player, can influence that. That just happens. You are indeed a grandma, Ripterus. What's ironic is you're also our best clother. So this is an Electrum statue of Search Torch the White Controls, a Terra. The Cyclops. And it was made by King. Finely designed image. It's an image of the Cyclops laboring, and the artwork relates to the settling of the Cyclops in the dimpled jungle in year 1. Oh, you mean like make them both go sleep in the same bedroom? No, I'm just kind of letting them do that. And because I've been giving them large periods of time off, they have plenty of time to socialize. I feel like having to set up like honeymoon suites and stuff and like assigning them both to the same bedroom and forcing them to be close together was something that you had to do in previous patches. But since the most recent update where now the dwarves clump together in groups when they're being social instead of like just kind of hanging around in the general vicinity of things, I feel like that's no longer an issue because when they're being social, they will just go stand right next to another dwarf and develop friendships a lot quicker. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I was confused. I was like, I can't like click a button and be like, you married this person. What? Works well in feudal systems. Wouldn't it be fun if Dwarf Fortress had a matchmaker job? When you could have, like, a dwarf that would just be like, you'll marry you, and you marry you, and then all the dwarves that get put into arranged marriages just get really mad and tantrum and kill each other. Just like real life. You don't really have to worry about vampires. Yeah, no, I have very... I don't... There wasn't a single vampire in the world when I started. There might be now. I know that there's rare creatures in the world because every single time the moon rolls over to full, there's a lag spike, right? And the moon's in the top right, so... I know that there's rare creatures in the world. Something that I thought was kind of interesting, actually, was I was reading comments this morning, and somebody left a comment on the interview I did with Tarn where he says that he was playing Dwarf Fortress in the background while listening to the interview, and then looked up because he heard me talking about the moon glyph in the top right of the screen, which is right above the Z levels thing. It's up there. This little bugger right there. It's a moon, and it tells you like the size of the moon and whether or not it's a full moon. And the person said that they looked up there, realized where their moon was. The moon rolls over to full, and they immediately got hit by a were-lizard. It's like, see? It's useful to know. Good to keep an eye on. Speaking of, now it's a full moon. And there was a lag spike. We slowed down for a couple frames. Matchmaker would be a good job for priests. Ooh. Or like diplomatic marriages. Not just priests, but like diplomats, right? You could do the, you'll marry you so that we get allied now thing. So the Confederacy of Sport, Bastigismak, has arrived with their yearly tribute. I'll have to screenshot this as well for Stone. Or as we've been calling them, the football hooligans. Let's see what they brought us. What? They must have come in on hard times, because Christ. 5 bilberries and 25 iron arrows? Come on. For reference, the last one we got from the other group was 5 donkey cheese, 5 prepared goat lung, 1 ginkgo wood bucket, 25 bronze bolts, 1 llama leather bag, 1 reindeer bone tepstrum drum, 1 pink garnet, and you get the point. Whereas these guys, like, brought us nothing. I feel like we've been ripped off. The hell? Confederacy of Sport. Also, wait, is that a lasher or... Yeah, it's a lasher. I was thinking, what? Why did they send a recruit with him? All right, so I think we're... What do you guys think? Labyrinth on this layer? Think I've been ripping them off? Maybe. It'll be a big, long engraving job. That's kind of our start. It's going to be a whole lot of spirals. Hear me out? Okay, so, like, listen, hear me out. What if the Cyclops committed crime against religion and God cursed Cyclops? I don't know. What if the God cursed Cyclops? I still think that Cyclopses and giants need clothing. Like they're just in there. They're robbing me not because they're hungry or because they need food, but because they're cold. You know, like, this is a crime against one-eyed society. I'm telling you. But after Myths and Magic, maybe. So in like 20 years. You turn it into a husk and it will kill everything and never tire. So something that I'm planning on doing, it's spooky month. Spooky month is best month, my favorite month of the year. And I'm planning on doing a spooky fort for the best month of the year, that being spooky month. So I generated that really big world while interviewing Tarn, and we were reading a little bit of Legends of it yesterday, and I'm gonna do some more Legends, maybe a little bit of adventuring. We'll see how I feel. And we're gonna do a kind of a short spooky fort in that area. Yeah, spooky fort. It'll be fun, I think. Because I don't generally do haunted biome forts, so I think it would be fun. And besides, we all know that we're going to need breaks from this fort. I'm going to need breaks from this fort. So that's going to be how we're going to start doing that. Feels weird putting a Cyclops into a labyrinth, though. I will be honest there. Like, it should be a Minotaur, but unfortunately, I don't have a Minotaur. I have a Cyclops, so we're working with what we got. I don't know about you, but mazes look cool. Just period. Always have this weird kind of logic to them that I like. Let's make another spiral. I like the spirals. This is going to take forever to get all the boulders out of, so this is going to be a multi-year project. Yeah, I don't like using legendary creatures like that as just defenses. I think that's, I don't know. It's not my style, I guess. If I get something like a Cyclops, I like to try and do something cool with it. In a ruin protected by a force field. I examined it, failed the roll, and broke it. Wait, what are you playing? Are you playing that there Baldur's Gate? Crud? Oh. Wait, why? Oh, examining. I was thinking looking at it. I'm like, why would looking at it break it? I mean, yeah, no, that is kind of a win. Well, that is kind of definitely a win if your goal was to get around it. I don't believe I've ever broken a force field while examining it. I've certainly broken artifacts while examining them. It's a very long dead end to end up on. I'm a mean maze designer. But although that may or may not be the point, you know? Whole concept of labyrinths are kind of neat. It's a very interesting bit of human imagination, I guess. I think the stories of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth are some of my favorite little bits of historical mythology. I love that stuff. I loved it when I was little and still kind of love it now. It's fascinating the way our imaginations work. Not that I really have the patience to read any of those stories now, but they're still interesting. And how we always try and justify the way things work, even if we have no bloody understanding of it whatsoever. Let's actually get rid of that, make you go this way. Because it'll look better if I do it that way. Now I have this open area. Let's close that. Connect you there. Connect you there. Put you out there. That looks better. This is going to take a while, if you didn't notice. But yeah, no, the plan for Halloween is to do a spooky fort. Let's let time pass for a little bit, and then we'll come back to this, I think. This gonna take a while. There's the question also of how big do I want this Cyclops labyrinth to be? You know, I don't know if that's a real tweet or not, but Squug just posted something in memes on Discord that is Spotify is teaming up with Ancestry. I don't know if this is real, but it kind of looks like a fake tweet, but Spotify is teaming up with Ancestry to make playlists based on your DNA. Can I just say that Ancestry is weirdly spooky to me? Like, that whole thing just scares me kind of bad. It's like, I get it, but like, I get what it's useful for, but also, that's one of those read the fine print services in the modern world, I think. Was it April already? I don't know, but it looks like a fake tweet. I mean, also, yes, it was already April this year. It was mostly just that just reminded me that Ancestry exists. Also, how you doing, Renee? Welcome back. Should I have actual rooms in this thing, or should I just keep making these real small hallways? Because I've got like that one spot that's like a 2x2 room. you're confused about what I'm doing, I'm building a labyrinth. Because we caught a lovely new friend named Cyclopsy. Maybe, well, that's what I'm calling it. Too busy at work. Gotcha. Hopefully good busy and not bad busy. Long hallway. Might be useful to hide stuff in. What do you mean by hide stuff? I mean, this is just going to be where... I mean, I could put some, like, drawings and stuff in it. But this is just going to be where the Cyclops lives. So more than anything, it's just going to be a place for the Cyclops. You know, this might be the most boxy thing I've ever made in DF. I try and avoid doing squares, right? This is a lot of hard right angles. Because, like, once this Cyclops is in here, we ain't going back in here. This is going to be locked off. How am I? I'm okay. I'm working on a labyrinth because we have a Cyclops, and I want to do something with the Cyclops, so I'm putting it in a labyrinth. I know it's not a Minotaur, but it's what we got, so we're gonna use it. But it's going to take my dwarves 10 billion years to dig through it. Or dig the whole thing out. Close enough? Yeah. But it looks really cool so far, and I haven't actually started digging it out yet, so... I'm sure it'll be neat looking once it's done. I mean, like, I guess I could put artifacts or books in this thing, but, like... Maybe what we could do is we could, have a spot for, like, a slab or something. If we somehow do find a slab or some creature shows up with a slab. I was actually kind of half expecting this Cyclops to have a demonic slab when they showed up, because I've had Cyclopses bring demonic slabs to my fort before. So I was kind of hoping that would be the case, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and I'm a little disappointed by that, I'm not gonna lie. Let's do that. I have a neat little cloth image. I'm thinking about it, because, like, I could pretty easily make, like, a sacrifice room over here or something, and then on this layer above it, actually. So I have this temple right here, right? What if we made a 1-2 spot down right there? with an area that I could lock. So like, let's just say a little spiral staircase that goes down from here with a trapdoor on it. Because this is my anything goes temple, right? Little spiral staircase that goes down underneath this. Down to here. Into a room. With... like... I guess just a drawbridge, right? Like a drawbridge room. Then I could put a cage in. Raise one of the drawbridges. Drop the other drawbridge. Pull a lever. Open the cage. And then let the thing in. We could do something like that. So I could work the labyrinth up to in that direction very easily. What do you guys think of that? And then we could, like, I don't know, put goats or buy animals from the elves and put them in there. The only issue that I really have with doing something like that is visually it's going to get messy after a bit. But I don't know, having a labyrinth that's full of bones that also, like, doesn't necessarily scar the dwarves for life is kind of also an interesting idea. The question is who in this fortress would be commissioning this? I mean, we would assume it would be the steward's screw, right? Because she personally sees decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the slightest bit of strife or disorder. Finds the acquisition of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, which makes sense as to why they're a steward and not royalty. Finds the idea of war utterly repellent, would have peace at all costs, and has a deep dislike of the natural world and truly values merrymaking and parties. So wants to be at peace, but also hates the natural world, so I guess would trade with elves and buy animals and sacrifice them. How long do I plan on going today? I stream for 8 to 10 hours a day. Every single day of the week except for Fridays. And I've been live for 4.5 hours. So we're less than half, or maybe halfway to a little under halfway done. Although I got to do something right quick. I got to find something humorous, no matter how serious or inappropriate. I gotta go grab my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in a second. He's impervious to the effects of stress, often inflamed by hatred, and easily develops hatred towards things. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement, and is a private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and always tense and jittery. She is somewhat fearful of the face of imminent danger, and is quite ambitious. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is quick to anger. Yeah, this dwarf seems like somebody who would mandate sacrifices. No, don't channel. Dig downstairs. Upstairs. Downstairs. Upstairs. And then here is where our actual entry room will be. And then I'll need a little room off to the side. This will be for levers. Man, this makes me kind of sad that we don't have a an artifact door. Make this so much easier. Also, I haven't said enough thanks today, so thank you very much, everybody, for taking the time to tune in and watch the stream. You know, if you're watching a Dwarf Fortress stream, you've probably found one of the most niche streams on Twitch, so congrats. Statue. Make it out of... no, not glass. Let's make a silver statue. Should I make it of this specific Cyclops or make a custom statue and dedicate it to this Cyclops? I'll just have this specific Cyclops? Okay. Make it of a Minotaur? We're pretending we have a Minotaur, okay? No, I'll make it of this specific Cyclops. In this world, we make images of things that we've actually found. And in this world, it's perfectly normal to put Cyclopses into a labyrinth. That's what you do with Cyclopses, right? You put them into a labyrinth. So how many of my dwarves do you guys think are gonna die of thirst in this labyrinth before they finish digging out an area? That's the question that I'm wondering right now. I know how I'm going to connect this to, even though I haven't done it yet. Is this just a frame rate killer? It's not going to hurt my frames at all, no. Assuming I seal it off. No, it's not going to hurt my frames at all. The elves have arrived to trade. Right on time. It's good to see them, frankly. Damn tree huggers. Pathfinding will be interesting? No, it'll be fine. Digging it might cause some frame rate drops, but digging always causes frame rate drops. Generally, pathfinding only really causes issues when you have multiple dwarves trying to climb over top of each other, so that might cause some problems. But as far as, like, just straight up trying to get from one place to another, or just passive frame rate in the background, I don't think it's going to cause any problems. Why is your other Fisher Dwarf sad? Fisher Dwarves are often very depressed because fishing is a very shameful activity for dwarves to be doing. Realistically, check out their mind. It's the only way to know why they're sad. Are they dwelling on things that are negative thoughts? Because if they're dwelling on things that are negative, they might need like a jolt of positivity in their lives. Hit the wrong button. There we go. You know what? I'm actually going to buy the clay. Give me clay. Make some pottery. And I'll also buy the 2 jute and 2 NAF socks. Thank you. I actually traded with the elves for once. It's been a while. Bum, bum. Lonely and bored and dwelling on the rain? Yeah, sounds like that dwarf needs a change of career. Some dwarves can handle that sort of stuff, right? Some can't. Not all dwarves are built for activities such as those. But like that, you say only, right? But lonely, bored, and dwelling on being caught in the rain is like enough to ruin a dwarf's life. Forever. It's gonna take a while for us to clear all these boulders up, but that'll be part of the fun. Here's the real question though. Do we clear all of the gems out? Been trying so hard. The game's not easy. And like, as has been discussed on this stream and other places many times, in Dwarf Fortress, not every dwarf will be savable. Some dwarves will just have something so traumatic happen in their lives that they will never be happy. And it's sad, but it's the truth. We got time. You make a point. I can't deny that you make a point. It's a real pity you can't actually weaponize ghosts. Or do anything kind of like tame a ghost or convince a ghost to only haunt a certain area. I really hope that the Myths and Magic update gives us some sort of upgrade to spook activity, you know, and haunting activity. Like, it would be fun to be able to curse and, like, harness a ghost and then curse an area with a specific ghost. So no matter what you do, that ghost will just curse that area forever. Like, find a, like, if there's somebody that you really, really hate, you can just, like, lock them to be tormented and forced to live in that one place for all eternity. Be like making somebody live in Delaware for the rest of their life. It's like, oh no! Whatever shall I do? I have cave adaptation now. I shall projectile vomit everywhere and die of depression. I mean, as long as, like, cave adaptation is the only problem that they're having, they can recover from that. Almost every single one of the children in this fort end up with cave adaptation, but every single one of them have gotten over it. The only time they die of depression is if they have cave adaptation and something else. So if they are dying from depression, it's not usually just because of the cave adaptation. It's because of cave adaptation plus something else traumatic that happened. A little rain. I've got multiple dwarves in this fortress that have had lots of rain on their head constantly for years, as well as cave adaptation, and are fully recovered. A perfectly good example of that is this dwarf. This dwarf. Frustrated being unable to pray. Lonely after being away from friends. Frustrated after lack of decent meals. This dwarf was purple. Utterly harrowed from the nightmare that was their tragic life. Okay? They tantrumed twice. Didn't kill anything, but they did a whole bunch of vandalism. This is one of the longest dwarves I've had in the fort. 151 years old. Right? This dwarf was purple angry. Big flashing red down arrow, tantruming, whole 9 yards. They got 30 days in prison twice. Their second prison sentence, they repented, and all of their stress went away. You can certainly fix that kind of dwarves. Extreme purple mad. Yes, the best kind of purple mad. So, yeah, no, like, you can certainly fix that stuff. Dwarfs' colors change based on mood? No, their colors change based on the job that they are assigned to. But the thought at the top of that screen changes based on the mood. So if it's like if it's just a neutral thought, it'll be white. If it's a positive thought, it'll be purple. In the activity, like on this screen. So this dwarf is just socializing and they're kind of neutral about its green. This dwarf is socializing and it's purple. So this dwarf is getting something positive out of it, right? This dwarf is discussing individual happiness and is getting something out of it. This dwarf is reading a book and they're just reading a book. Dwarves are walking mood rings. Yeah, kind of. I feel like I'm playing Snake with myself right now. I think this whole thing still attaches. Well, we caught a Cyclops pet, and I want to do something with it. So we're gonna have it's no Minotaur, but it's kind of the next best thing, right? So we kind of made the decision whether or not to kill it or keep it, and we're making it a maze. And we're going to sacrifice cute, fluffy animals to it. Banoodle Labyrinth? What? What's a Banoodle? But how are you today, PP? Those things. Also, I was unaware Scoundrel made one. I know Nico made one, but... So I got this area to kind of fill up, and I'll probably make more. And expand upon the damn thing. Figured out how to implement games and wagers using channel points. Oh, really? I was gonna say, Scoundrel's good at this game, but he's very kind of on the scene of your knickers, just like doing his best to not die at every single opportunity. Not the most organized DF player. Not that that's a bad thing. It's a lot of fun to watch, but playing on the scene of your underwear is, you know, much more ramshackle way to go about doing things. I know somebody who has a bunch of smart lights, and you can like change the lights, the color of the lights in his, I guess, set would be a word I'd use. Using channel points, which is kind of neat. And then this one's gonna go all the way here. All the way here. Look, it's a safe sloth. How are you? A programming streamer? You see, that would make sense. That a programming streamer would have something like that. That's kind of the thing you gotta do. I used to sort of know somebody who I haven't talked to in a long time. He also hasn't streamed in a long time, so. But I know a streamer who will just program his own Twitch integration for any game and make it sort of work. Last time I checked, he was playing Skyrim with some wild mods that would let chat spawn any creatures in anywhere. So he was just trying to play normal Skyrim, and like fucking giants kept spawning in front of him. It was kind of funny, but also like, you know, obviously chaos. All right, let's begin digging this thing out, shall we? We're gonna be at this for a bit. How's my day going? Is this meant for adventure mode? No, this is just shenanigans mostly. I mean, I guess this could be for adventure mode. You could totally go explore this on adventure mode. I mean, it's not meant for anything. It's just, I'm gonna put my Cyclops in here. But yeah, actually, I've wondered about that for a while, Phelan. It would be really neat if someone would take a couple, build a whole bunch of forts specifically to be dungeons for adventure mode, and then just like save the world and put it up as like an adventure mode world. That would actually be really neat. You got a couple level designers to make a bunch of forts and design them specifically to be like spelunking dungeons, you know? I feel like that could be a lot of fun. Looks like a brain coral. It kind of does. I don't know. Should I make it bigger? Is this kind of, because I could like add more onto it too once they're done digging it out and smoothing the damn thing and putting engravings and stuff everywhere. You've run some of your forts in D&D before? Neat. You need some good loot for these dungeons? Oh yeah, no, like put artifact weapons and shit at the in the bottoms of them. A new game mode? What do you mean? What, like building forts specifically to be explored in adventure mode? To be explored as an adventurer so people could try and figure out the fort and lived and died their worlds. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then you could have like, not spoilers, but like kind of a wiki designed around each fort. Anyway, King! The crafts dwarf has been taken by a fey mood, and I'm very disappointed because King is our best weaponsmith, but apparently has become a crafts dwarf since and is going to make a craft rather than a weapon. That's upsetting. He's already a legendary weaponsmith and also a legendary crafts dwarf. Of course, you had to decide to go for that instead. Padinsky, what up? I believe it, yeah. I believe that people have done that. Lurking on and off, gotcha. Well, we caught ourselves a Cyclops, Padinsky. So because of this, I'm building us a big labyrinth to put it in. We're going to sacrifice cute fuzzy animals to it. Because that's what you do with a big scary monster, right? You build a labyrinth and put it in it. I'll be honest, I'm really hoping we catch one of the 12 dragons in this world. It's one of my big hopes. Notgoffer has become a peasant. Welcome to the realm of adulthood, Notgoffer, if you're lurking. Well, you don't like the sun very much, but that's fine. Most of the kids don't. 12 years old. You like Sibnite, bismuth, citrine, green glass, lion leather and nautilus shell, linen fabric, maces, and doors. Ooh. All right, well, we'll give you stone, working. Hauling, other jobs, remove those two. You can have leather working, glass making, stone crafting, and bone crafting as well, based on your likes. And, yeah. Maybe we'll also give you metal crafting. Crafting. That is true. No, it's not true. That was the child of Spitalier and Cryo. And his older sister, who also is grown up, is Pink Fluffy. And he's getting to work. And King has begun a mysterious construction. What all did you grab, King? Or a marmot, mangled bone, point-cut yellow zircons, pecan wood logs, hore marmot leather, pecan wood logs, table-cut golden barrels, praise opals, not peach opals, and granite. I'm very disappointed in you, King. With Succession Play Museum that players have made? I mean, I'm probably going to do that with this world once it's done. Because this world is going to be around for a long time. Make the grumpy-ass Fisher Dwarf do it? That's never a bad idea. Oh. I'm like, why are you hitting damn stone? Yeah, you're underneath my well. That's fine. Yeah, I don't go on the Bay 12 Games forums very often. And the reason for that is actually very simple. Bay 12 Games forums have a problem that a lot of forums have for me these days, where combination of the color choices and font choices makes the site almost completely unusable. I could probably go dig up a some form of Chrome extension to make the fonts change and change the background color and make it actually readable for me. But as it sits right now, in order for me to actually use the Bay 12 game forums, I have to copy paste all of the text into a notepad file to be able to read it, which is cumbersome and fucking annoying. So I don't really spend a lot of time on there because of that. That's good, Sloth. Oh yeah, I'm aware. Which is fine. It doesn't need to be anything else. King the Crafts Dwarf has created a granite figurine of dwarves and claims it as a family heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Disco Waffles. His wife, who died. I'm crying already. Geblod. Dented 1. On the item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in granite by King. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. It is encrusted with round golden barrel cabochons and decorated with hore marmot leather and hore marmot bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pecan wood and menaces with spikes of granite and praise opal and yellow zircon. On the item is an image of Ezem Wild Cloistered, the dwarf and dwarves in pecan wood. Ezem Wild Cloistered is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Ezem Wild Cloistered to the position of king of the ignited creation in the mid-autumn of year 5. Isn't Disco Waffles your mother? Let's find out. That would make King your dad. Yep. You are correct. It's kind of a sad artifact, but also kind of nice. Gonna go onto one of my pedestals. I like the routes that they're choosing through this. It's kind of fun to watch. And this is the second artifact for Disco Waffles. Made a skirt yesterday. Yep, that is true. Baron's made one. If I recall correctly, right? Oh, there probably already is plenty. Phelan, I just haven't done it. I'm not saying I'm lazy. I'm just saying I'm lazy. Which is why if I want to communicate with the DF community, I just use the subreddit or the Discords because those are much easier on the eyes for me. And then we got other dwarves hitting the water. It's easy to do in Firefox. I use Chrome for whatever that's worth. I know Chrome ain't the greatest browser in the world, but it's the one I use. View pages, no style? Good to know. Sorry, I was falling back down that rabbit hole I mentioned earlier. So what do you guys think of this labyrinth? Is it big enough or should I make it bigger? Because we could also start from the other side and work our way in, right? Chrome in 2020? Find me another web browser, right? That has every single one of the plugins I need to make Twitch usable for me. And I'll switch. And you're being rude. Axon. I've tried using a few different browsers on a couple different occasions, but it always came back to the same problem of I need the Chrome plugins. Nice fort. Thanks, man. We've been here a while. You want a tour? Starts all the way up here in this tower. This is my beehive. Keep it away from my livestock so we don't get stung by bee constantly. Those are the outer walls. The kind of upper layer, and then the giant pit. Took us like 10 years to dig. Our livestock and other things, the food storage and tavern. Tavern itself, and up top is the library with 300 plus written books by us. And then we've got the temple to anything up there. And then beneath the temple, we have this maze that we were working on. Beneath the maze, we have the fortress bunker in case of emergency hiding there. And then the water drain for our artificial waterfall. Doesn't have the dev tool tab that lets you see the CSS, HTML, and has the loader in the browser, which is a bit sucky. Yeah, I had problems with enough problems with Firefox just crashing with all the plugins that I use that I just stopped using it and I never went back. And that was, granted, that's out of date. Like that, when I had problems with Firefox crashing, that was like 2011, maybe? Close to 10 years ago now, so I don't know what it's like these days. I'm just way too deep into the Chrome specifically ecosystem. And I've tried using other browsers. I tried switching to Vivaldi. I actually really like a lot of the features that Vivaldi has, but seeing more people using Brave. I used Brave for a bit, but again, it doesn't have any of the plugins I need. And at the end of the day, my priority is I need to be able to use Twitch, right? This is my job. If I can't use Twitch, I'm in trouble. Would not allow you to switch browsers. I don't use Google. I've been using a different search engine for a bit. And no, I'm not using Bing. Before somebody accuses me of using Bing. Not using Bing. But I haven't been using Google for a while. I actually quite like the search engine I've been using recently. Links? Question mark? Not familiar. Netscape? RIP. DuckDuckGo? No, I used DuckDuckGo for a bit, but I found DuckDuckGo to be bad at finding shit. So, and then like the DuckDuckGo leak happened and I haven't gone back. I've been using, it's a French search engine called Quant is the one I've been using. Which I've been using for about 6 months now, give or take, which is pretty good. Bing is very good if you want to find animated GIFs of porn. Just type in anything followed by animated GIF and you will find all of the hardcore pornography you want. You only use their redirects to force link openings? Yeah. Wave Thrash, what up? Your Dwarf's still alive in here, I'll have you know. Lynx is the oldest web browser that's still maintained. It's text only. Really? What? Yeah, no, the Bing being way too good at finding porn thing is one of the... What? Bing being way too good at finding porn? Peter? Bing being way too good at finding porn was discovered for me by a podcaster that I listen to, Jeff Gerstmann of Giant Bomb. Dragon Man has had another baby. Does anybody want to jump into the fort? Dwarven baby. If you haven't been in this fort or don't have a name in this fort and would like to be a dwarf in this fort, say please or something. Give me an indication that you want to be in fort. Yep. Picture Point. Can you be resurrected? Unless somebody else wants in. I don't think Picture Point's been in yet. I don't think Warm Shadow's been in. I don't think Resfane's been in. See, Brown hasn't been in. But Warm Shadow asked. Sparkly actually asked first specifically, so. Sparkly 4K. So something that I am going to start doing is I'm going to start dedicating furniture to people. So if you've been in this fort before and want something dedicated to you, just let me know. Your first words, Sparkly, are Babaga. You're the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Congratulations, Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. You have 4 siblings. 1 older brother and 3 older sisters. You were born today, which makes you very young indeed, tall and fat, and has sideburns that are clean-shaven and a very long mustache. That is neatly combed. And his very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his eyes are cobalt, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, values self-control, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Can you be a slab of granite? I mean, you're alive, so why do you want a slab of granite? You can have a slab when you die, like everybody else. You have 4 brothers or IRL. Well, here you have 3 sisters and a brother. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is very greedy and swayed by emotional appeals. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is stubborn, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He often acts with compassion and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Isn't particularly curious about the world, but he has an active sense of humor. He is sometimes quarrelsome and is bothered by this, as he values friendship. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and is quick to form negative views about things. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and begins to talk rapidly when he gets angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors even if he only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Sorry, I had to speed up talk because of the line. Seems like a good dwarf to me. We're going to continue digging underneath our well. Welcome to the fort. God, this is going to take a while to dig out. Very chill bab, yes. Thanks, Packers. We're going to put a Cyclops in it. Also, hey, Cassie. Yeah, we caught a Cyclops in a cage, so we're gonna put a Cyclops in here. Get like 15 dwarves and assign them to mining. I mean, I have like 8 dwarves that are assigned to mining. Although, Dwarf could have mining if he wanted it. Hold on a fucking second. Oh, that's Jellybut. I was like, what? Oh, actually, I've never seen this happen before. Jellybut's been in prison for so long, she's forgotten all of her skills and has become a peasant again. Oh God, I'm so sorry. 121 years old. Oh, this dwarf's been in prison for like 40 years, by the way. Just to be clear. So this dwarf lost it completely during their 60-day prison sentence, right? Completely lost it. And was overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living and got the blue flashing exclamation point, which means they're dead, basically. They'll walk around until they starve to death. But because she was in prison and she'd lost it, she doesn't get let out of prison at the end of her sentence. So instead of being let out of prison, she's just lives in this cell, right? And because she's a prisoner, technically, and still technically chained, they go and give her food and water when she needs it. So she's still alive. Can't remember the last time she had alcohol. And just lives there. Won't feed herself, but the dwarves are feeding her. I put a bookshelf in there and put some books in it. So it's technically a library. Hoping she'd read, but she doesn't. So it's just there, I guess. I accidentally built an asylum, yeah. I unknowingly built an asylum. Although, actually, I'm not so concerned about mining this out. What I'm concerned about is getting the boulders out of here. Also, hi, Packers. What's up, dude? How's things? Yeah, I've never had it happen before. Here's the thing, though. I've had more success with dwarves being put in prison than not. In fact, I've had multiple dwarves in this fortress that have gone completely insane and tantrumed and killed people and then bounced back the second they get put in prison. I've got 2 examples of living dwarves that have come back from the furthest reaches of stress because of prison. One of them is currently my manager, and it's Hobo. He was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Did 20 days in prison, and then he recovered a lot. I went from utterly harrowed from the nightmare that is his tragic life to, like, kind of okay. Still red flashing down, but only the yellow text. And then I just put him into a squad by himself because he really wanted to practice a martial art, and just let him practice a martial art for, like, 2 years straight. He got super cave-adapted, training nonstop, but when he came out, he was fine. So, no, you can absolutely recover dwarves with the prison system if you make nice prison cells for them. Despite not having been outside for over a month. I went outside yesterday for the first time in 2.5 weeks because I needed bread. So last night after stream, I went and I bought bread. Bought bread and sandwich meat and a little bit of fancy cheese, so I have something to snack on. getting cave adapted yourself. Yep. Did you have like get an exposure, or are you at risk or something so that you can't leave the house? Or are you just choosing not to leave the house? I think steel bridges seem fun in this case. Kind of a waste of materials, but eh. Takes you for 2 walks a day. I've been, since the smoke has cleared, I've been getting back to doing my walks. I can't go as far as I used to because my knees are bad, but I've been certainly going for walks again, and it's been nice. If you get COVID, you will die. I mean... Yeet. Is that a labyrinth in your pocket, or do you have a minotaur? We have a cyclops, which I'm counting is good enough. So, sort of. Also, hi, Hobo. How's things? Yeah, no, the wildfire smoke for here has cleared. I don't know where you're located, but God, it looks real bad. I was looking at the air quality map the other day, like earlier today, and it looks bad. Like really bad for a lot of places still. Yeah, no, I'm in a very similar situation, Packers. If you get COVID, you will be hospitalized, guaranteed. Probably not die, but you'll be hospitalized, guaranteed, for like upwards of 2 weeks. I don't want to fucking have to deal with that, so. But then again, I'm also the same with like the common like influenza that happens yearly, so if I get sick, I'm in trouble, so I can't let that happen. So I'm putting in 3 levers because we're going to need 3 levers for this. Last time I built a labyrinth, I had it rigged to flood with magma. I know somebody just waved at me, but I can't read what you said. Oh, hello, Cilantro. Sweet labyrinth. Thanks, man. At least people can like look at this and know it's a labyrinth right away without like having to know anything about DF. Also, to anybody who doesn't know what we're doing with this fort, we're keeping this fort alive for 1,000 years in game. We're on year 72 and we started on year 5. So, simply put, we've been in this fortress for a long time. A human caravan has arrived for trading. Okay. Is there another human caravan coming? The humans are appear to be in a state of civil war right now. Or one of the human factions is. This one. They're marching on their own towns, which is interesting. Isn't doing the mining you gave them? Oh no, poor bloke. You can only pay attention to one apocalypse at a time. I feel that on an emotional and spiritual level. Cassie. Yep, I drew that by hand with the numpad and the enter button. Yeah, global warming's happening. We're all gonna die of a deadly disease. The royal treasurer has arrived. American election's about to happen. Got too many apocalypses right now. The royal treasurer is here. So, where is the other humans to trade? Why haven't they come to trade with us? I mean, they're still at peace with us. Odd. I mean, he did show up. They want to do business with us. Business. I don't know what to sell these guys. How about you buy a bunch of lead statues of dwarves and see if you can carry them? That's kind of what we decided on Hobo, is that a Cyclops was good enough. So we're gonna, uh-oh, Barons too is tantrumed. Where are you at, Barons? All right, I hope you commit a crime, but nothing major. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me interrupt that tantrum with a dialogue box and greet you and your people, for there is much to discuss. There's much to share. We have updated the world maps and info. Are you still in a civil war? What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood. All of it. So I don't have to anger the elves more than I need to. We have finalized the imports agreements. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. We have finalized the export agreement. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, as per last year, good Screw the Steward of Longdeath, I bid you farewell. To you and your stout dwarves. What's on tap? There we go. All right, let's have a peek here. Yep, they are still marching on their own civ. I don't know what's happening here. The army of Vess, Trot Angels, marched on Carl Arrow. And as far as I can tell, Carl Arrow is a human hamlet of the Confederacy of Sport and the Willful Society. Whereas, like, yeah, they're literally marching on their own faction. I do honestly wonder what, okay, so you tantrumed, Barons, but you're not that mad. Or you're not in that bad of a situation. You're okay. You felt ferocity after throwing a tantrum. Felt ferocity after throwing something, eh? Civil War. Yeah, the humans are in a civil war with themselves. Yeah, there's a human faction called the Confederacy of Sport, and they bring us very generous donations once a year. And what's beautiful about the Confederacy of Sport is we've just been calling them locally the football hooligans. So the football hooligans show up every year and bring us stuff. Stone coined the term, but I liked it so much we're sticking with it. These dwarves must know these tunnels very well. God. Such a silly thing to go mine. Like the catacombs under Paris? I think they're pretty badass, honestly. It's gonna take a long time to get all these boulders out, though. I think I'm just gonna queue up a whole bunch of blocks. Or, crafts. One of the two. I'm not super picky about which. And Dampstone is located. Well, good thing it's just my well, so I can keep digging. Like, that dwarf is hauling blocks out. Do I make dwarves break their backs? I have wheelbarrows, which usually get used. Not always, though. Wait, what? Why are you... How many iron pipe sections are you forging? One? Okay. Yeah, good question. I actually... Probably what I need to do is, like, assign these But those rock crafts are already assigned to those craft store shops. So I mean, I could just make these into like this into let's do this. So now they'll just empty this out. Kind of wish I could do multiple of these at once, but eh. There we go, that should do it. That'll speed things up. Want some hallway? Yeah, we got a pet Cyclops, so I decided to bend the myths a little bit, and so we're putting a Cyclops in here. Let's see. Are you gonna go grab it from the right spot now? But how's Clino Dev today? What's up, man? Besides, a lot of my dwarves are very strong from previous long years of come on, dwarves. You're not even gonna make it. You're gonna cancel that job to go drink. All right, well, we gotta trade with the humans. Doing okay up there, Barons? Nope. I'm kind of surprised nobody's tantrumed and punched a statue yet. Because I've totally left that open as an option, because I kind of wouldn't mind having a vampire in the fort as, like, insurance. But, because don't we all need fortress insurance? How am I? Doing okay. I'm running late on lunch, though. A little bit tired. Didn't sleep the best, but I haven't slept the best in the last couple of days, which is, it makes sense. I know why I haven't been sleeping well, but doesn't make it any less annoying, you know? There is a dwarf with a wheelbarrow. That's what I like to see. Jackie with the wheelbarrow. Look at that. Doing what you need to be doing. Making use of all of those bronze and wooden wheelbarrows I made. Yeah, so chat, I think I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'm going to go get me my sandwich and give myself my injections and everything I need to do. So I will be back in a minute. So I, of course, would appreciate if you don't change channel. But if you do, we will see you later. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to annoy people or keep people entertained, whatever you prefer. And looks like we missed trading with the humans, so that sucks, but that's fine. I will see you guys in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast. Can I get a round of beers? Or tea.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
Whatever works.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone! Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude. This is
Good job.
fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo! You suck.
Streamer returns. Yeah, you can literally just type in the word beer or HS cheers or a selection of other emotes. But I have a sandwich now, although I need to punch some things in on my phone before I can eat the sandwich. I have to keep this food diary, which is fun. The only thing it's really done is it's made me realize just how boring my diet is. Like oatmeal for breakfast, okay? Sandwich for lunch, I ate potato and veggies and some form of protein for dinner. Like every day. Or rice. Or pasta. And the month of Obsidian is where all this shit went wrong. Fischerdorf, not the grumpy ass one. Now has become possessed and is in a mood. I mean, that's not bad. Moods are good. As long as it's not, he lets out a cry, felon terrible. Ooh, coffee. I have coffee too. Has he become a strange construction? A giant bender statue that breathes fire and shouts, "Remember me?" That wouldn't be too hard. Or you mean like out of individual blocks? Mutters that he has bones. Oh, then you need to give him bones. If you want to know what he already has in it, hit T. Find the workshop that he's sitting in and then hit up and down on the numpad, plus and minus keys. And at the bottom, it'll say the material and then TSK. That means that he's using that material already. So if he says that he needs bones, see if there's bones in the place that he claimed. If there's bones and it says TSK, he probably has what he needs. And when you get the announcement on the announcement screen, has begun a mysterious construction, he has everything he needs. Otherwise, he doesn't have everything he needs and he'll go insane after a bit. I mean, every company has that. All right. Literally every company in existence has that. Like here, I just had a possession, so I can show you. Jack Nurk, the brewer, has been possessed. Okay. He claims his workshop. Sure. If I queue him, says he needs he's drawing pictures of gems, rough gems, glass, skeletons, glass, stacked leather, quarry, cut gems, more cut gems, and rough gems. Okay. That's the whole loop. So now we're gonna watch him. He's grabbing quarry, boulder, boulder, boulder. And he's going to go. So if he's not running around like this and didn't run around like this, he doesn't have what he needs. Gems. And if they need bones and they just wait, odds are good you need to slaughter an animal. How on earth do you get bones? Slaughter an animal. Do you have a butcher shop? Do you have any pets? Pick one. Hit Z. Hit animal, because I'm going to need to do this too. I have all of these boars, right? I should probably slaughter a couple of these boars anyway. So let's just hit B on a bunch of these. So you go to the Z menu, and then you go to the animals sub-menu of the Z menu. So hit Z, and then up at the top, you can move back and forth the numpad or arrow keys up top. Select animals, press enter. Select the animals you want to slaughter. Can you get bones out of them? If they're dead corpses and they're already decomposed, they won't use them. They want fresh bones. There are some darker artifacts where they will use mangled corpses and stuff, but if they just say they want bones, they want fresh bones. Or skeletons, they want fresh bones. Yep, time to butcher some kitties. But yeah, no, our Enchanted, that's literally every single company in existence. You need a butcher and a butcher shop. So somebody with the butcher job assigned. And a butcher shop. And if you also have a tanner and a tanner's shop, then they will tan the hides into leather. Which my dwarf just grabbed leather from. So now the dwarf has begun a mysterious construction, which means they have everything they need. Also, this is for stone. From the realms of stone. That's quite a lot of stuff. Their donations have just been getting better rather than worse. Hello, Zychrum. Well, I've seen you in other streams before, around the fringes of the Halcyon frequency. Welcome to my little realm, where I hide in the corner and play weird games nobody can comprehend. Or at least that's what I'm told. I might have to do something about the Civil War. We'll see. I mean, this is the Realms of Stone, right? These two small... The Society of Jails and the Council of Men are the two places in the Realms of Stone, right? Very small human faction. These guys are the Confederacy of Sport. The problem is they seem to be having a civil war with themselves. Because we can tell that they are marching on their own cities, right? Not Hobo, no, just Stone. The Realms of Stone. These guys, the Confederacy of Sport, are marching on themselves. So unless I want to completely annihilate the entire faction, if I just attack a city that they are at civil war with in their own place, if I attack them, then they're just going to attack me regardless. That being said, they have cut the population of Carl. I know it's Curl Arrow. I'm going to call it Carl Arrow. Carl Arrow in half. So they were at 200 people. Now they're down to 100 people. So they are killing them. Just don't know why. So something's going on there. And they also haven't shown up to trade in a while. He started his craft. Yay! You've completed an artifact. How goes it? Well, the grand trade hub of Longdeath is going pretty good. We had a Cyclops show up today, and we caught it in a wooden cage. And Jack Nurick III has created Asrorshar. 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 A granite ring. Claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lump, or Cure Labor. Some sturdy wood there. Hey, man. Nowhere near as impressive as the wood I used to catch a dragon once. So, Zychrom, I'm curious. Are you familiar at all with Dwarf Fortress? Where did you make it? There it is. Asrorshar. Asrorshar. Asrorshar appeared webbed is the name of it. It's for 66,000. And you have a table? What do you want to name that table? This is a granite ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons. Also, pub table or... No, don't fuck the dragon. Make the dragon set elf on fire. Don't fuck the dragon. That might make bad thing happen. Although, let the donkey fuck the dragon so that we can have the Shrek memes. Anyway, this is encrusted with oval cabochons and decorated with square brilliant cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of tapered baguette cut green glass gems. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite and menaces with spikes of granite. And menaces with spikes of granite and pink garnet and praise opal and pig leather. Jesus. On the item is an image of Ibel, Dagger Carnal, the dwarf and dwarves in jelly opal. Ibel, Dagger Carnal, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the part where I missed my spot in the sentence. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ibel Dagger Carnal to the position of Baroness of the Ignited Creation of Year 5. Ah. On the item is an image of lettuces in pig bone. Yeah, I did. I don't know how many points that costs. Just ask me nicely. I'll give you a table. Bing has some results for you. Bing always has results for me. It's always the results I want, and definitely not what I was looking for. And I didn't realize I wanted them until I searched for it on Bing, and definitely got what I wanted. Or deserved. One of the two. We should put that on the pedestal down here. It's wonderful. I'm sure Lump will appreciate such a glorious artifact. You are indeed stupid, Wave Thrash. But it's okay, we love you anyway. Alright. Excuse me. Formal. Liz. Hard. You now have your very own dedicated table in the tavern. Hopefully you will get alcohol spilled on you one day. It literally indeed has your name on it. Also, speaking of hot cup of tea and names on things, somebody just showed up to do something and I don't know what it was. I didn't look. Where are you, hot cup? I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. You're still a naturalist. You're a naturalist. The most naturalist. Who is married to Silly. You have a few close friends. And an apprentice. Gate Nerd is your apprentice. Well, that's wonderful. You have 2 kids. Apostle and Orange. You or Sui? Because no. Sui tantrumed once and then came back from the stress. Since then, she's been a little bit dejected, but having a lover seems to be the thing that has kind of fixed her. Anyway, what just happened? Oh, a caravan. Oh, I see. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Cool. No, you are the boy. Sui is the girl. Yes. Yeah, you're the husband, hot cup of tea. But like, eh. You could be a lady dwarf, who knows? Something spectrums. Speaking of carving, this labyrinth is coming along. I'm still waiting for somebody to starve to death in this labyrinth. We're making good progress. Should we put a mini bar in the middle? I mean, I could. And just have, like, windows going out into the labyrinth. Make it a tourist attraction. I don't think that the Cyclops can, like, benefit from that. In any way. We absolutely can, Voozle. You've grown up. You are no longer a baby. You are a weaver. They grow up so fast. Nervicious, your older brother, and you have a few younger siblings that are a baby and 2 children. I should be feeling great, is what you said, and you don't really feel anything ever. But that's okay, because you don't feel bad. You just don't feel anything. You're a little annoyed by the existence of existing. You don't feel anything due to inebriation. But, like, you're just kind of one of those blank dwarves that you don't really have thoughts. You don't really consider what others think of her. She never envies others in their situation or possessions. She finds something humorous in the situation no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never becomes... she is completely helpless in stressful situations. She very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. Is dour as a rule. I kind of had hoped too. You're not upset though. That's the thing. You just don't feel anything. You're just kind of Linkin Park song-ish. Do 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 do. Like, you're just walking around singing, I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I can't even feel when I drink my beer. I still like that song, unironically. It's a good song. I genuinely like that song. We'll see you later, Voozle. You have a good night. I'll keep this digital world open. Boom, bum, ba, bum, ba, boom. It's great because they're good, though. Yeah, rest in peace. I mean, I know a lot of people who have many problems with Nickelback for one reason, or not Nickelback, Linkin Park for one reason or another, but that was a funky fucking slip of the tongue. With Linkin Park for one reason or another. I associate those two bands together a lot for one reason or another, but they're only edgy because they're so popular? I think that Linkin Park is, or was, edgy because that's what sold albums, and that was their age group. But I think that they kind of owned it in a way. Like, there's plenty of bands that are just like, oh, you're just edgy for the sake of being edgy. But I always kind of felt that Linkin Park did a good job of being edgy in almost kind of a tongue-in-cheek sort of way. But then again, I listen to Soundgarden, so I don't know if you can trust my taste in music. Like, they felt genuine about it. But I don't know. I think Linkin Park and Soundgarden are both perfectly good reasons why I feel like we should take the lyrics of songs more seriously. Because if a vocalist sings about suicide a whole lot, maybe they need a therapist. Or another therapist, because their therapist sucks. They were at the forefront of edgy? So you're saying they were edgy before being edgy was cool? Is that what you're suggesting? Because if you're suggesting that, then I'm going to take your Linkin Park and raise you Marilyn Manson. Also, we have another dwarf that we have Barons is tantruming again. Sorry, Barons, but Barons the second is having a rough week. You still tantruming? Nope. It's a short tantrum once again. I don't see any crimes being... God, we need to put you in prison for a little bit. You need to commit a crime, but don't kill anybody, please. Not shock edgy? Well, I mean, Alice Cooper's got the emo edgy, like, down-packed. I don't know, it's just, there's lots of bands that are kind of whiny in the emo edgy sense. I don't think they were entirely unique to that. I think they just did it better than a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of bands that do that. I'm sad, feels bad, kinda music, but Linkin Park just did it better than a lot of other people did. If there was a light crime to blame on you, I gladly would. I may have made this labyrinth too good. You figured out how to trade? Yay! You're learning. Man, I wish I could... You know, the features of people who are banned aren't able to chat in chat is really nice. But I wish that instead of that feature, like, you know how when someone gets banned from the chat, you suddenly can't see the chat anymore? That's really cool. But I wish instead of that, I wish that I had the option to shadow ban somebody where they don't know that they're banned and can keep typing, but just nobody can see what they're saying in chat. Because, like, that little shit twat that was in chat earlier, when people like that come in, I want to be able to do that, and what would be even better would be able to turn on and off shadow bans and just watch them get mad. Because that's what I want to do when kids come in and just be a twat. I just want to watch them suffer for a bit. Because I guess I'm also just kind of a horrible person in a way like that, and it's entertaining to me to see children try and make people mad and just suffer. Instead of giving them the satisfaction of banning them, it would be so much nicer to just be able to, oh, you want to get banned from this chat? Nah, you can think that you're unbanned from this chat. Does Twitch even still have rooms? I thought they got rid of that feature. Long time ago. Twitch used to have, like, different chat rooms, and it was very useful for people who play story-heavy games, because they would just, have a... Yeah, I know one channel that used it. Or actually, no, I know two channels that used it. Excessive Profanity and Man vs. Game both used it. And they had spoiler chat, so... That was where you would go if you wanted to bitch about the fact that you couldn't backseat, or talk about spoilers that he's about to run into and be excited. Because it's kind of hard to do blind playthroughs of games, because some people really like to, you know, get excited about the big event that's about to happen in, I don't know, Dark Souls or whatever he's playing at the time. That was your idea? Yeah. I don't know. It's... Yeah, exactly. A chat for chat, and then chat for streamer and chat. It only worked in really big channels, like channels with thousands of people watching. That was the only time it worked. But outside of really big channels, very few people actually have enough people watching for that to be a remotely viable option. We're almost done digging it up. You know what channel that had a bot-driven RPG in a second channel? Really? Like a text RPG? That's kind of rad. Twitch has had 3 features in the past few years that I wish that instead of them getting rid of, I wish they made them better and usable. The first one was premieres. Premieres was a fantastic idea that was so underbaked, it was not used by anybody and they got rid of it. The second one is rooms. And the third one is... Oh, Baron's tantrumed again and just toppled a still. Which means somebody's gonna go report a crime. I hope. Unless nobody saw it. What's the third feature I'm thinking of? Did nobody see it, really? Come on, guys. And the bot would roleplay of a DM. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, premieres, rooms, and then there was one other that I'm thinking of, and I'm blanking on what it was. My brain's been doing that a lot to me today, which is annoying. Sub-only replays? They never had sub-only replays. What? I don't know. Would save your character and stats and gear between adventures? That's awesome, actually. That sucks. Oh, communities. That's the one I was thinking of. Communities was a really neat feature that they just fucking nuked out of existence that I wish they kept. I don't even know what sub-only replays are. You mean like reruns that only subs can watch? That's a neat idea. Yeah, communities were great. Communities were such a neat idea. The problem was they had absolutely no moderation tools or anything. It's like if they just had things to make them helpful, they would be such a neat little feature, but... feel like you... I mean, you could do sub-only VODs, but that's not a... That's what Total Biscuit had. Like, if you wanted to watch VODs, you had to go... You had to watch... You had to subscribe to watch his VODs, which I could turn on, but nobody wants that. The only channels that can really get away with that are, like, ASMR channels. Screw ended a mandate. Hold on a second. Oh, Screw got elected mayor. Oh, shit. Yeah, because we have 50 dwarves. Well, we have a mayor now. That's fine. Hopefully you're not too mad at me for ignoring your mandate. I didn't realize you made one. Also, 2 counts of vandalism. I know who did them, though. It was Barons. So I'm going to accuse Barons, and hopefully you don't kill him. What, because of the mandate? Actually, you know what? Let's do intelligence. Let's interrogate Barons on both of these. Because I'll bet you we'll get them talking. Oh, the ASMR comment, yeah. Formal! Chat, can I get a proper round of beers in chat? Formal Blizzard. Welcome to the stream, sir. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarves and shit. Good to have you. And the ad-free viewing. What's the big one? We're going to interrogate you. I'm going to give our steward, Cough Mayor, this dining room. Sorry, I have to remove that travesty from my channel. Now my mayor's very happy, but where's Squug at? There you are. Surrender your beer. We are here to take your beer and steal your rum at the point of a gun. Your alcohol to us shall full. Because we are here to drink your beer. Did I not? Okay, interview is scheduled, so... Squawk, do your damn job. Is by fetching the comfy chair. We'll do our best. Happy pirate metal noises? Yes. Pirate metal noise intensify. All right, Squug, it's literally your job to go. Oh. Right. No, it's not your job. Because we have a mayor now, so the job title got changed. So now it's your job again. Wait, what? Oh, good lord. You're gonna go chain up Jackie? Okay. I guess this is because the mandate failed. At least you're not going to go break Jackie's face in. Break somebody's face in, that's what I said. Yeah, the reason I set it to 50 is so that we can have were creatures and mega beasts and have a mayor. But it just took us a very long time to actually hit 50 dwarves. Oh, I have enough wards in the assign. I thought you said dwarves. I'm like, I have enough space, and then I realized what you said. Oh yeah, no, we have more than enough cells. And plenty of space for more. It's okay. It's basically a vacation because, like, you know, he's been put in prison, and this is his most recent thoughts. Feels admiration near a completely sublime seat, and feels pleasure near a wonderful floor hatch. 49 wards. I mean, we don't need that many. Now you're gonna go interrogate barons. Let's see how you do. Did you do the vandalism, barons? I mean, we know he did. We got the announcement, but we'll just see if he actually did it. We'll see if he admits to actually doing it. Met with the subject, built rapport in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied, and subject confessed to multiple crimes. Unfortunately, no new information was given. Barons confessed and confessed. All right. So let's unpause game and see what Barons... 59 days in prison. You won't die. In fact, this might be good for you. Chat, do we think that Barons will recover from the time in prison, or do we think he'll be worse off when he gets out? Also, how long is our good Dwarf? Jackie gonna be in prison for? $54. Injured party. Screw. Well, that's fine. He'll be okay. It's only 60 days. It's not like it's a 300-day sentence or anything. Also, Jackie's been in prison before, so Jackie's a very solid Dwarf. Now let's see how Barons does. I hurt my knee at a Nailstorm show. True story. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's why I can't walk super well now. Worth it. I need x-rays, though. Oh, utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life, angry after being confined. So he's either totally fucked now or he's fine. Meanwhile, Jackie is humiliated after being confined, but feels pleasure near a fine bed and feels satisfied after receiving water and felt pleasure near a fine, wonderful restraint and felt pleasure near a wonderful table. Meanwhile, this dwarf is just angry after being confined. R.I.P. You know, Formal, it's been... I should probably do this. You guys should go give Formal a follow. He's our northern Alaskan friend who plays dwarfs on the Twitch sometimes. It's actually been kind of fun. Recently, I feel like there's been kind of a noticeable spike in activity on Dwarf Fortress streams. It's been kind of fun to follow. At least I found it fun. We might need more wards. I might need 2 or 3 more cells, yeah. It's okay, though. Currently, I think we're okay. Dwarf Fortress is a good game, yeah, but, like... I don't know. Back when I started streaming Dwarf Fortress, it was, like, me, that one bot that hasn't been on in forever, and then Cupo sometimes, right? And since then... Like, now, recently, it's been, like, obviously me. We have Sal. Barons is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, we might have another perma prison dwarf. Oobly. Battery's just going to keep tantruming and then be let out of prison and then go completely insane, and then we'll throw him back into prison, and then he'll die. Anyway. But I know for a fact big variety streamers will pick the game up. And the reason I know that for a fact is while at TwitchCon, I spoke with Burke Black about it, and he said he's waiting for the Steam version. I spoke with Co-Carnage about it, and he said he's waiting for the Steam version. So that's 2 right there. I know for a fact Cringer's waiting on the Steam version. So most of my team is waiting on the Steam version. So you'll get big name as well as, like, the middle of the road people as well. Your roomies are waiting for this Steam version? Yeah, right. My mom doesn't know what Steam is. You spoke with Bell? You mean you complained in the general direction of Bell for not streaming enough Dwarf Fortress, which is what I generally do, and then he just kind of rolls his eyes and goes blind. You like Ko? Ko's wonderful. I love Ko. Ko's funny because he's a completely different person in person than he is on stream. Like, on person, he's super cozy, super kind, super quiet, like, relatively well-composed and doesn't ever get angry. In person, and Das Valdez is the same way, but in person, I introduced myself to Ko because I'd subscribed to a couple of times, and he has a freaky good memory for usernames. And I was at an event 2 years ago was the first time I met him. Shook his hand, said who I was, and he goes, "Oh, I remember you. Yeah, you're that cunt from a couple years ago." Good to meet you too, Ko. Like, I haven't seen you around in ages. Yeah, I kind of got busy. You know, like, somebody like... There's plenty of broadcasters that you'd expect would swear a lot in real life. And then there's Ko. I mean, last time I spoke with Das Valdez, and he's very similar. Nervicious has gone into a Fey mood. Where are you? I don't actually see you. Oh, there you are. Another one that I didn't really expect to swear a lot was Das Valdez. Das Valdez does a lot of Kerbal Space Program, and he's very wholesome. Like, he is G-rated. If you say, like, shiitake mushrooms or damn it in his chat, you're out for 24 hours. Like, he is G-rated. Like, his stream gets played in schools. EJ's not G-rated, though. EJ's like a solid 14 plus. Like, EJ will cuss on stream, too, in his after-hours segments. But Das, at PAX West last year, which was the last convention I went to, there was a Twitch partner meetup thing, and they just showed, behind closed doors, the first gameplay of Kerbal Space Program 2, and I knew that, because I knew that event was happening. I didn't get invited, because I'm not a Kerbal guy, but I knew that event happened. And I went up to Das, and I was like, and he saw me from a ways off and beckoned me over and said, "Hey, man, what's up?" Because I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. And I go up to him, like, "What's up, Das?" And he goes, I'm like, "You must be really happy right now." And he's just like, "Oh, I'm extremely fucking happy." You wish they would publicly show that gameplay? Das Valdez has a recording of it, and I've seen it. That's all I can say. C. Brown has redeemed read the last Discord story. So if you want to add to this, join my Discord, !Discord, and then go add words to the Add a Word Stories room. One word at a time. Don't put in 2 words in a row, and keep it fun, yeah? I'll start at the beginning of the last unfinished sentence. Tetrahedrite makes copper-plated mechs fall under extreme pressure by overweight skeletons. Quantum pom-poms are what saved the Earth's crust from rotting. The sad goat attacked Zimbabwe, leaving emus confused. Sometimes we call mice to be heroes when food comes short. Like artwork in RimWorld? Yeah, almost. Go join the Discord and add to it. And you can also then brag to your friends about being in one of the oldest Discord servers on the internet. That Discord server was one of the first 10,000 Discord servers. Word salad, my specialty. I only eat word salad for dinner. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting fact that I had a Discord server when it was still a, what's Discord? People would be like, What is this Discord thing? Oh my god, are you gonna go to the... Okay. Whew. I was very worried this dwarf was going to go to the middle of the maze. It's like your Steam ID, it's 6 digits. Oh, wow. Yeah, I have a pretty young Steam account. Whoa, I have to go respond to a question on YouTube. That they say is a dumb question, but it's not actually a dumb question. All right. Nervicious has begun a mysterious construction. It's a clother's shop, and it's Lemonite, almondwood logs, round purple spinel cabochons, 2 silver bars, Kunsite cabochons, almondwood logs, pigtail cloth, and 2 rope reed. And is it Twitch recording? I mean, if you want, go ahead. I wasn't aware that he stuck it up on the internet anywhere, but... You're more than welcome to share it. I'm a little shocked this VOD only has 292 views on it. Yep, that's indeed the footage he showed me. The really poor frame rate footage with better lighting than normal KSP. That's all I can really tell is different, but I'm also not a KSP person. Oh, it's dedicated to Euthyrus. Narvicious! The crafts dwarf has created Sodelius Vacist Zizcum, a rope reed coat, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Euthyrus. Worked ticked. That's probably a very stylish coat. Wow, that's a valuable coat. Almost worth 100,000 Dwarf bucks. Just stretching real quick. Okay. This is a rope reed coat. It is very stylish, and all crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with almond wood and encircled with bands of rope reed and rose-cut Kunsites and point-cut purple spinels and rectangular lemonite cabochons. It is made from rope reed cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of almond wood. On the item is an image of Clasp Gulf, the lemonite mechanisms in rope reed. On the item is an image of Iteb, Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. Iteb, Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb, Veiled Whip to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation of Year 1. On the item is an image of 2 giant grizzly bears in silver. That is a very stylish coat. Do 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 do. Man, we're almost done digging this thing out. Taken us like a year, but we is almost done with it. How deep is this? Not very, considering it's draining too. Good morning, Anandar. How are you? Closing my email. So Anandar, you know how you died in this fort, right? Over the past few days, I kind of went through this journey of emotions through a viewer on the YouTube channel. The person was just like, a couple weeks ago, was just like, man, I really like this Anandar character because you kept writing books about yourself, right? Baron's is throwing another tantrum. Oh, God. Jackie is totally fine with prison. And Barons is very angry after prison. Uh-oh. I don't think Barons is going to make it out. Sorry, Barons. Anyway, so this person was just like, yeah, I really like this Anandar character. Like, I like this super self-absorbed book writing style. This is funny. And then was just like, yeah, I really like Anandar after you wrote like 5 or 6 books. And then the VOD where you died commented, no, not Anandar, with the timestamp of where you died. I was like, oh, that's funny. They're just like working their way through the playlist. It took them a couple days, but they got there. You need therapy? You need a boulder to the head is what you need. I mean, yeah, therapy. Man, these dwarves, they know this place real well. They must have really long rope reed strings. Do, 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 do. Now you're gonna go get a drink. Good luck. You're gonna go pick up equipment. You're going to go dig. And you're winded, I think. Is that what that means? Drowsy. Yeah. You're getting drowsy because you've been out here so long. Now you're gonna go sleep. Yep. It's literally just the one spot left. We're getting there. We're almost done. Wave Thrash is going to go finish digging. You know, I'm going to place my lovely little Cyclops. There you are. Right there. That's where you need to go, eventually, anyway. What are you doing now? Oh, you're going to go dig out the last of the maze. You're one of our longest time miners. You're a legendary miner, in fact. You love your job and you felt adoration. Being a peasant, or being a parent, not a peasant. I mean, I guess peasants can be parents. Yeah, we'll see if you actually finish it. You have to get there first. It's still a pretty far walk. There you go. You're almost there. Let's see if you make it to the end. You might, actually. There's not too much further to go. You've memorized the way? Oh, yeah. I mean, the dwarves designed it. I mean, they probably have maps and markings and arrows and... This way, it's exactly like IKEA. It just has an arrow on the floor that says this way out, but it just, like, takes you in circles until you just get trapped. And you're like, there is no way out. Oh, no. Also, streamer is going to sell out for a second and just remind everybody, we're on Wednesday. Oh no, you're not going to finish it. Looks like Euthris is going to finish it. I'm going to remind everybody that there is still an open slot on that cheerleader board for the week. If you want to get your name into the number 3 slot, it only costs you a single penny in bits if you happen to have those on your account. Because streamers got to eat. And I try to stay fully crowdfunded if and when possible. But that being said, thank you very much for all the resubs and the prime subs today. Keeping me alive. There we go. And there we go. Euthris looks like they're finishing it. Unless they get hungry, we'll see. Boom, done. Barons is throwing another tantrum, but before I check that, I'm going to ask everybody to please smooth. He's still in prison. 3 tantrums while in prison. Oh my god. This poor dwarf. All right, any dwarves that don't have a job? You don't have a job? Yo, do you want one? Stone detailing. You don't have a job? You want one? Stone detailing. Because we got a lot of stone, and it all needs detailing. Looks like everybody's got work. Then we need to get these boulders out of here and the gems. Just make a dining hall in that square room? What, in here? I was kind of thinking about, like, digging a side tunnel in. But I don't know. All right, so you hook up to that bridge. You hook up to that bridge. And you... actually, I'm not going to hook you up to the cage just yet. Oh, wow, they're doing clothes making demonstrations. Would you look at that? But yeah, no, I think that this labyrinth might need a food court. We'll see. Although dwarves don't seem to be having any trouble mining it out, so they won't have any trouble building it. I don't remember these cyclopses being so dark red. They were a lighter red. The movement of animals and coming troubles. An interpretation of knowledge. We have 2 new books. Written on the item is an essay entitled The Interpretation of Knowledge, authored by Animal. It concerns the value of knowledge. It's amateurish at best. And the other one we have, that is also new, is entitled The Movement of Animals and Coming Troubles, authored by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the migratory patterns of creatures, and the writing is quite humorous, yet depressing. Overall, it's great. I think this is our first not shit book. It only took us like 70 years. I'm pretty sure this is our first good book. Wow. I mean, it's a one-page essay, but okay, it's our first well-written thing. It's a manual. It's our first well-written thing. I don't know. I think that's kind of impressive in and of itself. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. Quite happy with that. It's 2 sentences? No, it's a manual. There's more than 2 sentences. That's just the titles. Do 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 do. Also, I'm going to engrave this. And it's going to be related to a historical figure. And that historical figure is going to be our Cyclops. The white controls. Play CUD? Yes. And I do. Play CUD specifically for the word salads. I hope you guys like your jobs. It's a nice artistic activity. Okay, so Barons is out of prison and is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Going to give you stone detailing, remove you from hauling. He's going to go attend a meeting. I still one of my biggest hopes for this fortress is that we can get a dragon. Which I think is a legitimate hope. There's a compendium of English to Dwarf, Fortress Dwarf somewhere? You mean like a translator? It's called the Wiki. There's not that many Dwarfish words. But there isn't enough to have a functioning language. Stone is very good at searching it, which is why Stone is kind of our translator for everything. Bum-ba-da-dum. Bum-ba-da-dum. So yesterday, Picture Point was talking about shadows and shit for Dwarf Fortress streams. You ain't got shit on my shadows. Like, seriously. You don't need bright lights to look good on stream. That being said, if I do need more lighting, I could just light a candle. It's pretty dwarfy, I think. I think these dwarves are doing a good job getting all this stuff smoothed. King is going to a metalsmithing demonstration. Interesting. Who's teaching the metalsmithing demonstration? Jack Nurek is leading a metalsmithing demonstration. Fascinating. Apparently I'm out of lead, which is actually kind of impressive to me. How much lead do I have? I thought I had lead. Oh, I have 2. Okay, I thought I had more than that. I thought I had like 200. Yeah, I know it's a challenge for you, King. Learning is hard. Also, King, I totally forgot before, but you're a mod on the Discord now. Congrats. You don't have to do anything or anything. Just like be scary and green. Oh shit, Screw ended another mandate. I totally missed what it was. Did you make anybody go to prison? 113 days in prison to Bastet. Ah, God, I need to pay more attention to those. I can be scary and green. I mean, you're scary and your name is green, so you're fine. Hey, Vess. Barons is throwing another tantrum. Why couldn't you have just put Barons in prison? Repentant after being confined and blissful remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. You seem totally fine. Although I do need to very seriously stop doing that. Now it's free? Because soccer and cars? I mean, it's a good game, Anander. But Vess, how we doing? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. We are digging out this. And I have a mare now, and I keep forgetting to check for mandates. I can't export dresses. Good to know. Late winter. Almost spring 73. Change title to Raid Shadow Legends now that I have your attention. I mean, I'll raid your Shadows of Legends. Nah. No. I will remind all of you that I have turned down over $1,000. Actually, probably over $2,000 now in possible Raid Shadow Legends sponsor money. A tribute from Bastija Smuck has arrived. The Confederacy of Sport, the guys that are at in like combat with themselves. The humans that are in a civil or uncivil, I guess, war. Boom, 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 boom. Very curious if they actually bring us shit this time. Dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba da 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 dum bum. Let's see how they do. One wolf leather water skin, a horse leather bag, and a tin cage. Yeah, still not doing great. Yeah, all of the stuff seems to be going to their war effort, that's for sure. Like, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. They used to bring us all kinds of cool shit, and then all of a sudden it just got terrible. And it's been terrible since. Also, it's the year 73, which means it's time to mint a silver coin. Yeah, you are correct on that one, but still, there was a time when they were bringing us like angelic like cloth and shit, and now they're just bringing us a cage. I mean, come on. I mean, it's impressive that one man carried it all the way across the continent by himself. That's impressive, but like, I don't know, man. The humans are... these guys are in a civil war with themselves. They're invading their own forts. So I might need to intervene or something, but I'm really curious if that's like signs that a villain is about, as Canadians would say. Harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. At least you committed no crimes. How's Bastet doing? It's a good Canadian impression. Yeah, I've practiced my whole life. She feels repentant, being confined, and pleasure near a fine bed. Pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, and pleasure near a completely sublime container. And within the last season, felt pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, and within the last season, felt pleasure near a very fine table, and felt pleasure near a very wonderful seat, and felt pleasure near vertical bars. Felt restless after being unable to practice a martial art for too long, and was worried after lack of decent meals. But is super happy. What's this year's coins look like? Did they make them already? Must have. Hold on, let's find out. Let's find out. After I get past that really long bars and blocks square. There we go. Wing. I kind of forgot to make them for like 30 years. On the front of the coin is a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt. The image is the image of as the symbol of the ignited creation, which is our faction. And a dwarven civilization. On the back is an image of leggings. It's a pity that they didn't write on them better because they're barely leggable. Sometimes I make a joke and I think I'm way too funny. Like right now, I'm hilarious. That's why you're all watching me, right? Here come the elves, ready to trade. Hope they don't mind the clear cutting I've done. I mean, Soulman Face Man, that's probably why you like my stream, right? I like a good pun because we only have good puns here. There's no bad puns here. Only good puns. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. It's a lot of zeros on the map. It's a lot of trees, wonderful waffle. Elves are here and are ready to trade their goods. Do, do, do. Is this whole fort open space? Yep. It's a really big hole in the ground. Which is why all that's blue. That's all just open space. Up above it, you can kind of see the tops of the walls, and then the up top tower. And all the way down. Yes? Clumsy? Also, hi, Waffle. Hope you've been well. Oh, Scrumpet's been possessed. Haven't had a possession in a while. Been a lot of Fey moods. It took us 10 years in game. I mean, I can't go much taller. I could. I was gonna build another taller one. Must be 1 floor per year? Now you tell me this? There aren't 1,000 Z levels on the map. How am I gonna make 1 floor per year if I don't have 1,000 Z levels? It's okay. I don't think anybody fully understands what's happening in this game. It will add more Z levels? Well, not in this version. Gopher, quit vomiting. Sheesh. Like colored squares and letters? I mean, it's dwarves and walls, floors and bookshelves and benches and blocks and buildings. You're looking at, there's a DF hack that script that does that. That's mostly stable. Sounds like it would be wonderful for frame rate too. No, I'm okay with the, like, actually don't. How deep is this map? I haven't looked. 106 minus 164 plus a few more. Come on, Barons. Somehow hasn't committed any more crimes yet. Nope. There's different depths, yeah. It depends on the elevation. I've had ones that are like under 100. Scrumpet, the chief medical dwarf. Scrumpet was born in this fortress and always just loved caring for people. So I just kind of gave Scrumpet the job eventually. You will have a lot. The most I've ever had is like 200 something. It's like 270 or something. It was crazy because I didn't find the first cavern layer until like layer 210. It was wild. Yeah, I don't know what the hard limit is. I'm sure there's got one. Gotta be one. Scrumpet has begun a mysterious construction. Alrighty, Screw, where are you at? And decides to go to sleep instead. The merchants will be leaving soon. So at least that much? Yeah, well. Gotta love that dwarf just like carrying a melon and vomiting. Scrumpet, the chief medical dwarf, has created Mozoin Kun, a granite earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lump. This is a granite earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pig leather and encircled with bands of pecan wood, and oval cut green glass cabochons, and lead. This object menaces with spikes of granite, purple spinel, and yellow sespertine, and green glass. On the item is an image of a radiant cut gem in granite. Okay. It's just cool that I like it when they're dedicated to dwarves in my fort. I don't know what you're talking about, C. Brown. No idea what you're on about. You should very much just go scribble on the walls. And he was too slow. Streamer's gonna take a toilet break. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully Gate Nerd kills nobody. Well. Alright. That's nowhere near as fun as the Cyclops. Depends on if it has weapons. This one we're gonna kill, I think. The Enten! Bem! Jemerjigijivan has come. A giant humanoid monster with multiple heads. Yeah, it's a 4 eyes. If it had glasses, it's even more eyes. All right. Well. Where's our Enten at? There's our Enten. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's cancel the job. Let's turn that on and follow you. Let's see. Do you have any items equipped? Nope, he has no items equipped. I've had giants and things bring me fun weapons before, but... Oh. Never mind. I don't get to fight him. He did the smart. He found one of my cages. Excellent. Got him. So, well, I think that this means we have to put 2 creatures into the labyrinth. You know what I'm saying? I think we need 2 in the labyrinth. I think we'll put 1 in the middle and 1 at the beginning, release 1 into the labyrinth, and see who wins. What do you guys think? And then just slowly release more and more and more powerful creatures into the labyrinth and just watch them fucking kill each other. What do you guys think? That's not ethical zookeeping. Well, you know what is ethical zookeeping? Actually, probably also not ethical zookeeping. But our zoo, which has a wonderful specimen in the form of an empty cage that had an animal in it that died, and I can't remember what it was. We have a slug. We have a wren. We have a fluffy wambler. Another fluffy wambler. A cardinal, a hedgehog. A tree frog. And another cardinal. Does it still have bones in it? Can you... Oh, it's got a weasel corpse in it, actually. This one has a barn owl corpse in it. This one has badger bones in them. This one has cougar bones in them. And this one has echidna bones in them. What platform would benefit me more, considering that you're too broke to actually donate anything and have YouTube Premium? It's hard to say, really. I mean, if you want to support me and don't have any financial means to do so, it doesn't really matter, frankly. The best way to support people like me financially, or just in general, is click the like button, or the dislike button for that matter, and leave a comment. That's literally all you can do. As if you're asking like which one legitimately benefits me more, Twitch benefits me more. But if you want to keep watching in order, you just leave a comment on anything you watch. Try and help me work with the algorithm a little bit. That's basically it. Or tell a friend. Word of mouth is important. But yeah. If you're enjoying watching the VODs, keep watching the VODs. Really. Doesn't really matter to me, one way or another, where you watch. But if you're watching, cool. That being said, I do make the vast majority of my income on Twitch. I mean, Twitch pays my rent and my bills. Well, Twitch and Patreon pays my rent, bills, food, internet, and everything. And my revenue on YouTube in the past month is Prepare to be blinded if you like dark mode. $70.62 in ad revenue. Most of the VODs make me, well, let's see, the most recent one I uploaded, let's say part 22. I made what? It hasn't said yet on that one. Let's go back a little ways. Say this one got 150 views. I've made 27 cents, right? So it's like, it's really just if you have YouTube Premium, I do definitely, like, actually, what percentage, I wonder, of my income have I made this month off of YouTube Premium? I'm genuinely curious. I'm gonna look. The goggles, they do nothing. Yeah, they do nothing indeed. I'm actually kind of curious. Hold on. I want to know. I want to know. Can you show me? Where the heck is that stat? There it is. So in the last 28 days, I've made $59.37 from ads and $11.25 from YouTube Premium. Are you referencing something, Anander and Clino, that I've missed? Because that's possible. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. It's a lovely collection of bones. Yeah. Totally legitimate farming techniques. That was so bright. I'm so sorry, Infinity. I mean, I'm not, but... Oh, okay. Of course it's Simpsons. Gotcha. I've seen maybe an episode of The Simpsons, but you know that probably. And you wonder what percentage of it is you? I mean, do you watch a lot of my videos? Because I don't know. I'll say this, right? Like, I more or less tell anybody that if you... Okay, hold on a second. Dwarf, Animal, why are you hauling, like carrying the wheelbarrow? You're doing this wrong. You're supposed to push the wheelbarrow. Anyway, you're kind of binging on them last week? I mean, frankly, just at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me where you watch my stuff. If you're watching my stuff, that's all that matters. But it's memed a lot? Oh, I mean, I've certainly seen Simpsons memes, but I haven't really actually seen The Simpsons. I know that there's some people who will kind of like flip back and forth. But yeah, no, honestly, just share them around, share the episodes around, tell other people about them, make posts, comment on stuff. That's all you can really do. And if you're lucky, you'll get gifted a sub, which will be more money than I'd get in a month from YouTube, most likely. So I'm able to do this full time, and that's what matters. And I'm able to do this full time because people watch, and it doesn't matter where people watch. Also, hello, Infinity. And I try as much as possible to try and keep sponsors and ads off the stream and the actual content itself. Occasionally, I'll take a sponsored deal for something small, but it has to really fit. Otherwise, I'll just skip it. This dwarf is smartening up a little bit. It's been euphoric, felt wonder. Hang in there, dwarf. You can get there. You also want to practice some martial art. I think you can sort your shit out. Eventually. Also, I just got a comment on YouTube about an hour ago asking how you see the moon glyph in the current version. It's the 0 in the top right. Right above the numbers. This thing right here. It's like, here, like just, that's the moon. It's a 0. It means it's a full moon. I have to resize this. There you go. Now it's no longer the moon. Someone should just clip this and I'll just upload the clip to YouTube. It's this. It's the moon. Right? How do you not... I'm still just impressed that Krug Smash didn't know there was a moon there. How do you not notice that? Ugh. I digress. I should make a scene that is just like super zoomed in on the moon so I can just show people the moon and just be like, look, see, it's a moon. It's moon. It tells you when where creature can show up. It important. I really hope we can get a dragon in here. Thanks, Cyralac. Much appreciate. Date also works. It's always the same dates. Yeah, that too. It's now summer, so the game isn't responding. This is what I see right now. Oh, never mind. Hockey didn't work. But tis now summer. Without having to resize? By resizing it. I mean, I guess I could, click this, hold it down, zoom in and be like, look, it's a moon, and then drag it back out. Barones is throwing another tantrum. So now I have a wild clother. In before he breaks in a cage. I'm gonna say, can he do that? Oh, there's a possibility of a dragon? Oh yeah, no, totally. And there's totally dragons alive too. Anybody reporting a crime? Wouldn't that have been hilarious if he went and just broke the cage open? You wonder what the purpose of the maze is? Seeing how many dwarves will get lost and starve? No one's gonna get lost and starve. The purpose of the maze is I managed to catch myself a Cyclops and decided, man, it would be fun to put the Cyclops, which is in this cage right here, the big capital C, into a giant labyrinth. So I don't know why. We'll figure out some use for it. And then I was like, then we caught an Etten, and now we also have an Etten. And I'm like, well, wouldn't it be even more fun to have a Cyclops and an Etten in a giant maze, and then just like have big monster battles? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have monster battles. Also, I'm going to tame all of these random animals and then cut them into little itty bitty pieces and cook them. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's why we have this big old maze. Also, it's giving my dwarves a project, and dwarves need projects. And have a proper maze battle royale. You know, I've joked about like just installing DF hack and making a Dwarf Fortress battle royale video and just have like a bunch of different layers and have 100 different creatures spawn all in different portions and put a bunch of items everywhere and just let them run around. I feel like that would be an easy million views on YouTube, but also more work than it's worth, and nah, I'm not gonna do it. The humans have sent the royal traders to trade. There is always arena mode. Yeah, but that's cheating. But yes, you are right. There is always arena mode. I do indeed have 1,000 in-game years to do this. You know what's interesting? Bottom check. We're on year 73. You know what that means? I'm 6.8% done. So if you like this series, congrats. You got a lot to watch for a while. In before Longdeath just becomes a series of just massive, and I do mean massive, mazes underground. Oh, also another human caravan arrived. Okay, sweet. So this is the first time in 2 years both of the human factions have sent me caravans. Also, Vart, have you gotten to the point yet where I start bullying everybody to bring me stuff? Because that's where things start actually getting exciting. That'd be hilarious. Yep. Well, I don't know how many things you want me to openly spoil that we get up to, but let's just say that Screw got reelected. God damn it. Still not allowed to export dresses. That's fine. Where is... There you are. Screw the steward. Even though he's technically a mayor now, we're still calling him a steward. That no current spoilers even matter, really. Yeah, well, I mean, there's some pretty good ones that I don't know if I want to spoil. Like the whole leg problem. The whole severed leg problem, which people here might know what I'm talking about. There's some pretty good ones. Or the whole squug problem. Hope I get 2 dragons at once. Yeah, honestly. Hey, Midspark, what's up? I go conduct a meeting. Thought I canceled all those jobs. Sheesh. Sounds like it's a good time to let the Cyclops out. Not quite, but, you know. Because I do kind of need this treasurer to, you know, do stuff like this. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Because to those of you who are newish to this fort is essentially like the global trade hub. Like every faction that isn't inherently evil. I'm looking at you, Gobbins. And that one elvish faction that seems to be at war with everybody. Every single faction trades with us. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. I wonder if they've taken over their own town yet. Because this human faction is in what seems like a civil war. They're fighting with themselves. What requests do you have of our merchants? Although right now my biggest concern about this fort is that the Steam version will be out before I'm done. Yay! Good for you on getting your code done. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsdwarfship. I don't actually care, so... again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I'm off to the tavern. I change the accent every time because I'm terrible at voice acting. Also, Oh. Oh. The army of Yane, calm mysteries, marched on Beanfang. And at the same time, the army of Vess, trot angels, marched on Carl Arrow. Yeah, they're very much in a civil war. In the year 72, these guys marched on this spot, and then in the year 73, these guys marched on this spot. They're fighting amongst each other. I wonder what the fuck caused that. They're down to 60 population. They were at 200. And these guys are down to 100. They were also at 200. These two towns are both at 200 population not too long ago. You've tried a few, but the legacy graphics just don't seem to work for you. It's okay to watch those strangely? Gotcha. No, I understand why it's never going to work for some people. What I fully get it when people say, like, oh, well, the current setup of the game just doesn't work for me, or I just don't like it, and that's totally fair. What I don't like is when I see people saying, oh, it's too hard. It's like, okay. Yeah, I mean, you might know this at part 4, but actually, shit, they're not currently at war. The Mountain Home, these guys right here, Trumpet Stroke, have been at war with this Goblin Hold for a very, 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 very long time. On and off, they fight just kind of nonstop. And my Mountain Home's population has stayed around 30. Also, my Mountain Home is called Trumpet Stroke. I'm not judging, but I am saying that that's a really good name. Also, I'm pretty sure that these dwarves over here have spread. Yep, that's a new Helix. Helms pages. We're at peace with them. They know that we're here. Whoa. The goblins took this one. Interesting. The Joyous Devil, which is this little goblin civ down here, took over the Hillocks of Crystal Basins. The Hate of Crossing. A goblin civilization. Fascinating. They don't seem to have taken any others. Oh, stroke all them trumpets, man. They're gonna doot their way from here to hell and back. There's many levels to that statement. All right. Screw, where are you at? There you are. Trade with the fiercest humans. Why are they bringing me gold blocks? I just want gold bars, you dumbs. Okay, so we traded with the first ones, and then the second ones, who actually bring the stuff that we want. Ba-da-da-da-da-bum. Did you not bring me wood? You have one job. Bring me fucking wood. Why didn't you bring me wood? You big dumbs. I am offended. Also think I just traded them an artifact or a named item. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. This dwarf is eating a strawberry. That's kind of oddly adorable. Euthris is eating a strawberry. I hope that you enjoy your strawberry. He's content being near a waterfall. Ba-da-dum-bum. Like, as in, actually, Vartek, reading what you just said a couple minutes ago, when you say you get tired of it quickly, do you mean like it's, like, puts strain on your eyes type deal? And were you using, like, graphical tile sets, or were you using a tile set like this one, where it's more just, like, an actual ASCII tile set? Because often, when people say that their eyes get tired of it quickly, they say that it's often because of the colors. And you can actually customize the colors. Alright, let's get rid of these gems. I'm gonna fill them in real quick. There's so many boulders coming out of here. And then from there, I can do this. And fill this whole area in. And that's what we're going to have to do for a few of these. I want to get these gems out of here if possible. But yeah, no, it's been really fun kind of getting this. Does everyone in my fort smooth stone? No, not everybody. Large portion of them do. Although I've been kind of throwing more stone smoothing jobs out to other dwarves. Like, you can have one. Why not? We need more stone smoothers. Especially if I'm going to be building multiple labyrinths. But no, not by default. Not everybody smooths stone. But I'm at it, like I said, I'm adding it to more people. I like that the dwarves just have this whole maze perfectly memorized. They know exactly where they're going. At least somebody does. Could also make a rat maze. Just fill the maze up with a bunch of giant rats. Also, I prioritize this area to get smoothed. Because I want to place the Etten cage so I don't forget I have it down there. Yeah, as far as the Steam version goes for Dwarfs, just know that it'll be out eventually, and when it's out, just make sure you pick up your copy right away. And leave a review on Steam when it does come out. Smooth brains? What's a smooth brain? Merchants are leaving soon. Is like calling them stupid? Huh. I wonder if that's a regional term. I've never heard that term before. I don't have a noble, technically, because mayors aren't really nobles. And no, my mayor's pretty chill. Just asks me to make dresses occasionally. So we're gonna put the Etten over there. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen it anywhere. Never heard that term before. Interesting that they go and prioritize smoothing those when I want them to be mined, but okay. I think I just learned a bit about how priorities in DF work. Browns, are you doing any better? Still lonely after being away from family? You feel like you're about to snap? Also haven't watched FLCL in a very long time. There we go. When I played a couple years ago, it felt like smoothing stone took higher priority over the tasks. Yeah, there is like some sort of hidden priorities in there, for sure. And I've noticed it a few times with a few different types of tasks. Like dumping seems to be the lowest priority, period. Like they leave that to the last minute kind of regardless. But it's fine. I think what happens is because I prioritize that number one over top of another priority, it's probably just the way the prioritization code works. It makes sense. This is gonna look really cool when it's done though. It's gonna look really cool, I think. Poor Suey. It's just like dying of thirst and is hauling this bloody cage. Lead milking demonstration. I mean, I think I've been to one of those in real life. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, will you make it? Still waiting for at least a dwarf to just like die of thirst in here before making it out. I'm pretty sure that you'll cancel the job first though. Right? Probably put a lunchroom over here or something. Well, actually, no, there is food over there. And booze over there, so it should be fine, right? They're not gonna run out of... They're not gonna die in here doing jobs, are they? Nah. Nah, this'll be fine. This'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Come on, Suey. Run. Faster with your little legs. Barons is throwing a tantrum. In the maze. Excellent. Please don't murder anybody. And please don't break anything that's important. Please break something, but nothing major, so that you just get a vandalism charge and we put you in prison for a little bit. Nobody's going to go report a crime. God damn it. so he's still on her way. She's almost there. Almost there. Had a little hitch there. I wonder what that was. Come on, Dwarf. Almost there. You're drowsy. You got this. Maybe you'll just take a random nap in the middle of nowhere. Neither. I mean, I'm building a maze for the purpose of trapping. Well, initially it was because we caught a cyclops in a cage. And I was like, well, we can have a giant labyrinth with a cyclops in it. Cool. That'll be fun. And then we caught this Etten. And I'm like, well, we have an Etten and a cyclops, so why don't we, you know, put them both in a cage or in a giant maze and then make them fight. So now whenever I get a land beast, like an Etten or a giant or a dragon or something, we're gonna put it in here and lock the doors. Although technically a dragon I wouldn't be able to do because a dragon could just burn its way out of the drawbridges, which would be bad. Yeah, see, Aqua understands. Because we have 100 dwarves in the fort, which means we have enough dwarf, or not 100. We have 50 dwarves in the fort, which means we have enough dwarves to get big beasts. So it's an entertainment arena for us. Because the dwarves won't actually see the fights that are happening, right? Yeah, it's just entertainment for us. Bunnies in the yard give no fucks and you're 5 feet away. I mean, they have... Bunnies are like... brave as hell, man. Barons is fighting. What did you fight with and why didn't they go report you? Hmm. All right. I think we're doing pretty good. Oh, Barons is in hospital. What did you do? Who did you fight with? Oh, you punched the Stonecrafter in the head, bruising the skin. And the Stonecrafter kicked you in the foot, with their foot. I don't know how you'd kick them on someone with anything else. Horse pulls the left ankle, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Ligament has been torn, and Barrow screams, "The battle rages, I feel no terror. How fleeting life is, begone fear. I have been injured badly, I have no hope. Help, save me." All right, well. Help, get me therapy. Who did you injure, though? And why aren't they reporting you? Oh, probably because it was Sweet Sparkle Farts, and probably because Sweet Sparkle Farts is also in hospital. Well, excellent. Also, you're not going to go report a crime? Are you sure? You just got your shit kicked in. Okay, man. Live and forget, I guess. Well, this project's gonna take a while to get done, I think. And Barons throws another tantrum, yet again. You know how I was joking earlier that Barons needs a hard rock put on his forehead? Yeah, I'm starting to believe that. Did you at least go and commit a crime this time? Nope. This goddamn dwarf. I think he needs a hug. Like, seriously, I think this poor dwarf needs a hug.
Thanks for the great streams.
No, thank you for watching the great streams and for subscribing to this, as you said, great, I'm not going to quote anybody on that, stream for 4 months. Maybe in a row, maybe not in a row, but thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 4 months. Seriously. Thank you so much. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarves and shit. It's the perfect stream to be subscribed to during Halloween because we're always spooky. And an annual tribute has arrived. Oh, what? Did they... What? An annual tribute has arrived and they just immediately left? Okay. Don't give us our rightfully earned monies that you owe us for existing. Humans. Dwarves do need better friends, and they do need to be better at being good friends. God, that speech in the interview made my freaking month, I think. Chat, we can do better. Can I get a couple more beers in chat for Jack O'Hara? Can we please get a better round of beers in the chat? And cheers. Good job, everybody. Much nicer. To wake you guys up for a second there. See if we had any new books written. Movement of animals. Nope. Let's make some new, oh, no, I can't. Do I even have a scholar right now? I think I do, right? Simple library, 245. Books. I don't have a scribe currently. Probably give somebody the scribe job at some point and let them copy a bunch of books. Sounds boring and uneventful for a dwarf. I mean, you want a dwarf who's good at writing to do it, and a dwarf who likes writing to do it. Lump did the job previously, so I'd probably get one of my naturalists or scholars to do it. Like, I could give it to Belug. Or I could give it to Rhine. We'll give it to Belug. Let Belug go copy a few books. After you finish giving water to somebody. You make plants into a slurry, and then you press the slurry at a presser into parchment. I just buy it. It's one of those one of those tasks that either is buggy or I do it wrong, where it works sometimes. So I generally just, I import it because every trader brings parchment. It's just called sheet. You can also make leather parchment. I'm not sure how to make leather parchment. Oh no! No outpost liaison. How curious. Is that what all press cakes are? No, press cakes are something else. Oh no. Every year we've had the same outpost liaison since we started. And we know that we don't know exactly how old she was, because every year she'd show up and she'd have slightly grayer hair. But this time we have no outpost liaison. That's sad. She must have died. Which is very sad because one of my dwarves, Lump, who's 117 years old, their lover was Mr. Gushgashfeb, who was the outpost liaison. He was frustrated. I wonder if he was lonely. Anxious after pondering etymology. What old clothing are you wearing? Making clothes. Yeah, can I get some Fs in chat for the liaison who's probably dead? It was an interesting character. Was originally a general when they first showed up. The first time we saw them on the map, they were a general. They were acting as the outpost liaison, but... That's 409, not 40. That sucks, man. All right, do I have any mandates? I can't export dresses. Okay. Let's just trade all of the random extracts because I've gotten a bunch of random extracts over the ages. I'm kind of sad. Merchants are unloading their goods, and Barons is throwing a tantrum. It wasn't a very long tantrum. Also, you know, let's make all of the squads train for a little bit. Because they need training breaks every so often. That's really sad. Having a dwarf that has spent so much time around the fortress every year pass away is really sad. Although on the bright side, that just means it's time to get to know a new outpost liaison. I guess that's something we'll need to keep an eye on for the next little bit, is see exactly or find out who's going to take their job. In the future. Something we're going to have to keep an eye on. I love that they go up and over that. Oh, that's why the lag's happening, is because those buzzards are fighting. It's fine. Even the best military has to get murder in sometimes, and they're killing buzzards. The buzzards pathing through the air causes some weird lag at times. It also means we don't get any news about what's going on at the mountain homes this year. And the other really cool question is, who's going to take their job? Felt wonder learning about biting. How exciting. Satisfied learning about biting. It's felt satisfied teaching biting. How many kills does Astro have? Astro is my, like, only hunter in the fortress. And was our, head police officer for a bit and kind of killed a couple dwarves. Still just waiting on my broker. Narvicious makes a rope reed shirt. We're also making leather leggings and everything. All that new clothing is going to be glorious for the dwarves. They'll love it. Screw's eating instead of doing their job. Of course, you go all the way to your office. Who are you conducting a meeting with? Guess we'll find out in a second now, won't we? Turkey leather shoe. Who are you conducting a meeting with? You're not trying to conduct a meeting with somebody who's not here, are you? Let's let Squug trade. Where are you, Squug? And go trade at the depot. That's what I need you to do. Because clearly Screw is too busy to trade. Trade for those bars and all of the wood that they've brought. Nowhere? I mean, you were hiding in the lurk chat. But so was everybody else. You're too fast, really, now. That's impressive. Military is training. They're all training. All right, chat. We're kind of on the lurky side, and it's been 8 hours. That means we've done 6 hours of Dwarfs. What are you guys feeling like? Something mechy? Something roguelikey? In an after-hours sense. How's Blazeball being? I have a lot of peanuts. Humble brag. I have a lot of peanuts. You will disappear for dinner soon? Tome, all caps? Tome's kind of a full stream game. I don't know if I just want to start up a Tome run. I've died to things I can't see like one too many times in Tome. No, if I were to play a roguelike, it would probably be Jupiter Hell. Or Lost Flame. Something that's kind of a little bit less dense, if you know what I'm saying. Something that I can just kind of play. Looks like the traders are headed out. I hope that they appoint... I don't know, do you guys want a little bit more Lost Flame? Because that game was cool. Could do some more of that. But yeah, I think that's it for Dwarfs today. We made some good progress. We got a mayor. We worked on the wall a little bit. And we started to work on this. And hopefully soon we'll be able to begin battles. We're in mid-autumn of 73. We started today in 71, I think. I'm not going to respond to that, Cooler. I want game that I don't need ton of brain fo. And as somebody who doesn't know all the hotkeys for, or who doesn't have the hotkeys memorized for adventure mode, it wasn't one of the games that I threw in as an option, and it's not one of the games I'm going to play. So we're going to play some Lost Phlegm. But thanks, everybody, for hanging out for this portion of the stream. We're switching games. We're going to go play a little bit of a game that nobody knows about. Rift Wizard is cool, but the problem that I have with Rift Wizard is it entertains me for about 30 minutes, and then I'm done. Because the runs are so short in that game. Like, a winning run in Rift Wizard is, like, very short. So... like, it is cool, but it doesn't hold my attention as long as I would like it to. Let's turn off the music. Put up a post in the Discord. All right, so chat, if you guys want Strem keep going, we got to keep up the chit chat activity.